Hello there. Welcome back to a special episode of BTV D&D Creator Chronicles. This does take place in the same world as Sanctuary, but we are with not the exact same group tonight. Tonight, we will be playing in a one-shot, taking place within the same world as Sanctuary. But before we get into that, we'd first like to give a quick shout-out to our producers Mike Maisel and Olivia Taylor, as well as our floor director, Jake Luby, and a special thank you for our executive producer, Brendan Mitchell, who is actually joining us tonight on the show. So yeah, this session takes place, as I said, in the same world of Sanctuary, but in a place that the party that you all have seen hasn't really traveled to yet, but there have been words of it here and there. It takes place in the continent of Quinn. In a specific area that I'll get into later. But before that as well, would you like to introduce the characters?
Okay, so I'll just do it to camera too, because we're not going to do anything special, because things are being weird. But, hi, I'm Brendan Mitchell, executive producer of BTV, BTV D&D, BTV Nerd Night, BTV, basically every BTV show, BTV Talk to Me Nice podcast, BTV Sports. Yeah, I do a lot. I get around. But I am playing, stop it. I am playing Trail in the Woods, who goes by Trail, a tabaxi thief. And is there anything else I need to say? I'm new to this stuff. Is there anything else I need to say, Zach?
Just like your race, and then
yeah,
your name.
he's a tabaxi thief named Trail, and he's dope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Clay Preger, and I'm playing Finn, the Warforged monk. Oh, and Forgeborn monk. Sorry.
That's a great start.
Off to the best start. My name is Brennan Hirth, and I'll be playing a Kenku barbarian who you will meet in the game.
Oh. Zach's face.
Cut to 3.
Brennan didn't tell me what he was playing before this.
Trust me, it's good shit.
Okay.
It's not just a meme.
Quality.
God damn it.
It's good. Trust me.
I honestly, I would. If I'm trusting anyone to play Kenku, it would be you. So
I figured out a way to make it work. It's viable.
Oh,
It's the meta now. Trevor?
Yep. Hi, I'm Trevor. I'm playing a hill dwarf wizard named Tjorbal Gaff. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
All right. Hey, I'm Kyle Bushley, and I'm playing Brom Hopewell, a human zealot.
Hey everybody, my name is Nick Seiler. I'm the older brother of Drew Seiler, who's actually a part of the Fractured campaign.
Shout out to Drew Seiler.
Taking his place for the day. Figured why not? Have some fun.
And what's your character?
Oh, yeah, that'd be helpful. I'm a barbarian orc
Names?
named Murag.
Dope.
Orc names.
Let's get right into the action.
All right. So
I'm regretting this.
yeah, are you guys ready for this one shot?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. So, to get you all started and acquainted to the setting that we are in, as well as you all, far ago, before the events of the Cataclysm, which would shake the world of Sanctuary, 7 nations grown from bloody conflict inhabited the distant continent of Quinn. In the lower right portion of the map, the Xantian Empire, united under the banner of the Cloud Crown, the Lordship of Wavaria, famed for their mastery of horsemanship, the Gwynthanian Stratocracy, united by force under the Black Banner and warmongering, the Ostrana-Vixian oligarchic aristocracy, recently forged in the fires of revolution, uniting under an old blood-red flag, the Ruvinian Republic, a civilization filled with beauty, arts, sciences, and above all, peace. The Crotish Kingdom, a country which once controlled Ostrana lands, now united under a banner filled with malice and hatred. And the Vanzabarian Isles, a coalition of traders and raiders, oftentimes providing support to other kings in other wars. 300 years ago, from present day, these civilizations did war against each other in a conflict which would become known as the War of Unseen Victory. The war finally culminated in a battle at the city of Cribia, where the Lordship of Bavaria employed an elite squadron of individuals to infiltrate the city and provide an opening for the cavalry. After this battle, which would become known as the Battle of the Byhurst, the Ruvinians met with all the recognized powers in Quinn at that time and began peace talks. It was then that each nation ceremoniously lit a lantern and led it up to the sky, signifying the peace between all of the powers. Ostrana, a year later, then dedicated to this contribution by creating an event and where all the nations of Quinn could come together and participate in a healthy competition. This created the Golatheon, an event where inventors and alchemists and wizards and all manner of magical and mechanical-oriented minds from across the continent would come together and build constructs and mechanical beasts of all shapes and sizes to race each other. The winner is awarded with an incredible amount of gold, diplomatic immunity for 8 years, and access to Ostrana's esoteric library. Your group has all been contacted. To start this Golatheon, the first Golatheon, investors and sponsors from across the continent began to rush and find the most daring adventurers and powerful people they could to pull together a team. As the rules were stated that constructs were allowed to be infringed with by other constructs, and people began to grow parties to surround these constructs in order to lead them to victory in this race. You all were greeted by an Ostrana noble by the name of Zabora Slawakov. Each of you were met individually and offered a tempting deal. In return for serving as protectors for his family's constructs, you would be awarded manors of your choosing in any portion of the continent, as well as connections to one of the most famous and rich families in all of Ostrana, let alone Quinn. Each, for your own reasons, decided to join, unsure of what lied ahead in the Golatheon, but understanding the great power that will come if you succeed. It is there that you all find yourself within the newly renamed city of Cinder, which previously was Krotengard. There, the night before the actual competition takes place, and the race itself. You all find your way around the entire... Oh, man.
Oh my.
All right, sorry, continue. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I had to show that.
You look like Gatling Gall from a...
Anyway.
Where was I? I gotta remember. You all find yourself
Else, yep.
Cinder.
one night in the
In a
recently
tavern.
renamed city of Cinder, which
Ooh.
recently was known as Krotengard, which was previously the capital of the Krotish kingdom, now the capital of the Ostranovichian oligarchic aristocracy.
Damn.
Why
It
did,
is
why did
a
it
lot of work.
become renamed Cinder?
It's almost as many words as
Funny you
Keith's
should
character.
ask. During the War of Unseen Victory, the Ostranovichian oligarchic aristocracy did not, or rather the aristocrats that existed within the capital city of the Krotish kingdom, Krotengard, decided that enough was enough and they wanted to have more power divulged to the hands of a few than just one single king. It was then that the aristocrats took hold of the commoners and got them on their side and proceeded to burn down the city of Krotengard, renaming it to Cinder. Many people actually found it incredibly ironic, as the city of Krotengard sat upon the fire lake. And
I
be-
think that's what we call it in Cleveland too.
Shout out to Cleveland.
Cinder's basically just Cleveland.
It did burn to the ground one time.
And we had a river that was on fire.
Yep.
I don't know how that happened. Dude, that's true. Did you know that?
Yeah,
It's nuts.
it's terrifying.
I'm sorry. Witty remarks aside.
But you all find your way to the city of Cinder. Either you've been here for a while or you've just gotten here by today. But the festivities before the actual Golatheon begin have started. You see the streets are lined with red festivals in this very high Germanic styled architecture. Buildings wrapped with plaster and supported by beams of wood jettisoning out. The second stories of every building seems to come out a bit wider, actually, than the regular base of the building. You see several flagons and steins lining up and down these cobbled roads of cinder. You see the color red displayed everywhere, making sure everyone knows that this is now Ostranovixian territory, no longer part of Krotengard. It seems that all of the people here that you're able to tell are part of Ostrana are definitely flaunting of their new victory over the Krotish. Other than that, the flaunting that is, you do see several of new faces lining up and down the streets, as well as people parading their constructs around. You see various shapes and sizes, ones that have large metallic wings that seem to flutter them up a bit before falling to the ground, some that seem to be shaped as certain beasts. You see bears, boars, different kinds of monstrosities like that. Even sometimes you'll see some lining 7 feet going on 13 feet tall in between there. You see several different constructs of all shapes and sizes, as well as different people of all shapes and sizes. Festivities line the streets, jugglers, fire dancers particularly, as Ostrana has become known for their affinity to fire. You see several, even one time you come across an entire courtyard, you see few jugglers running back and forth, juggling what seem to be bats of some kind, wooden sticks, and jumping through rings of fire as they do it. This beautiful display, as well as fire dancers around. Festivities for the night have begun, and all of you have been contracted to one Zabora Slavakov. Where would you all be for tonight?
I don't think I'd really be doing anything, just relaxing for. Is the race tomorrow, I'm assuming?
Yes, the race is tomorrow.
I wouldn't be doing anything. I'd just be relaxing, making sure I was all ready.
All right.
And in tavern or something, I guess. I don't know.
All right. Would any of you be together as well?
I think, yeah, Crash and I here would be.
All right. So, for the purpose of expedition and ease, you two are staying at a nearby inn currently. Sort of winding down for the night and enjoying the festivities. An inn by the name of the... Yeah, we'll do this one. The Satin Red. The entire inn is filled with Ostranovixian supporters, as well as a whole lot of new faces, people from across the country. And you see several different colors. You see purples and pinks from Ruvinia. You see verdant greens from Bavaria, and that deep, horrible-looking black from Gwynth. Everyone seems to be merry with each other, though. It has been a year since the war, rather. And as you guys sit there, you watch as an individual makes their way into the bar. Would you like to explain yourself?
Yeah. So you see a construct made of mostly like light oak wood, but like there's also some steel like in the hands and like chests, with soft glowing blue eyes. Walk into the room, and he doesn't seem nearly like as menacing as any of the other constructs that you've seen so far. And he walks up to the owner, I guess, and looks to get a room. So.
All right. As you walk up, you are greeted by a beautiful red-haired woman, palish face, and wearing a very scandalous dress in satin red as well. As you walk up to her, she sees you approach. Well, hello there, my dear. Would you perhaps be looking for room, or?
Yes, I would like a...
It does not seem that you are one for drink.
No, I don't need to eat or drink. I just need a room to sleep in.
Well, they are little bits on discount, as we have a plethora of people, and just as it happens to be, we have 3 rooms left, so you've come at the right time.
It's good.
It will cost a silver for a night.
All right. I'll open a compartment in my arm and take a silver out. There you go.
Thank you very much. I'll be back with your key. And
Thank
she
you.
walks into the back. At the table, you see 2 very, very curious-looking individuals as well at the bar, sitting down. If you two would like to explain yourselves.
So, of the two figures, they definitely stand out amongst the bright, vibrant colors that you see there. Both wearing these pretty simple brown robes with these small hoods that lay beside them.
Yeah, both robes incredibly tattered. So mine, you see, sitting there, a large, stout hill dwarf with green eyes, a reddish tan skin, with long, flowing but mangy, graying brown hair, quite a long beard. Neither look like they've been trimmed in nearly a year, if not more. Has different odd braids in and out of his beard to try and keep it a little managed, but looking rough around the edges. And I mean, that sums up most appearances you would see kind of right off the bat. Looks around 165, 170 pounds.
And then backing him up, you see about the same weight and about the same height, this very muscle-bound figure of some sort of crow or bird nature. It has these black and gray kind of speckled feathers that you can see poking out through some of the brown robes. This dark black beak and beady black eyes. This creature backs up the other man in the gray robes, or the brown robes that you see. They stand very close to each other, and it looks like as they speak back and forth amongst each other, it looks like they have a pretty strong relationship.
As a note as well, as you do notice him to be a dwarf, you find that very peculiar, as the dwarves are most often associated with the Krodish kingdom. And seeing one in Ostrana only a year after the revolution is very brave or stupid.
And the creature that you see beside him, the bird-like creature, you don't see a lot of those in towns or even in taverns as well.
No.
So something's very out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, seeing how different they are from the crowd, I'm gonna walk up to them.
Okay.
Am I to assume that you two will be part of the enemy teams in the race tomorrow?
It depends.
Depends.
So, whose construct are you exactly? I assume you are.
I'm not one of the members of the race. I shouldn't give away too much information. But
I shouldn't give away too much information.
Okay. I am part of Zabora's team.
Oh. Well then, well met, friend. We are also part of Zabora's team. It's funny we run into each other.
Oh.
Good to see a friendly face.
That's good. Did they tell you that we were on the same team? Or were you just brought here?
They didn't tell me much more other than that we should meet here and we would find our team.
Alright, well, they told me the same thing, that I would meet them tomorrow, so if you're lying to me, well, I'll figure it out tomorrow, but I don't think you are.
No.
So
It's funny we find ourselves together.
It's very funny.
At this point, you do watch as the woman makes her way back into the room. However, this time she's flanked by a very curious looking individual, a bit out of place, but for different reasons. You see a man with long black hair sleeking all the way down behind him and sort of tied into a ponytail at the very, very end of it. Pale looking face and dressed in ornate red crimson robes that are lined with gold trims. You see it kind of fans out when it gets to his legs and turns into tassets, as his baggy pants then cut off at the knees and long black boots, also trimmed with silver, adorn his sides. As he walks up, he says, thank you very much for showing me to my real friends. You will not be paying for your room tonight, my friend. I will be paying for them. Are you also the two I hired?
Hello, my friend.
Oh,
Yes, I believe we are.
We are.
he's gonna roll. It's an actual 20. Yes, I've heard of your race before, my friend. Tell me, are you from here or are you from away?
I'm from a faraway land.
that is a new voice, my friend. Anyway, you are all welcome to stay here, or perhaps we can all meet with the rest of your friends, and you could sleep within the Slowakov Manor.
I would say that sounds a lot better than sleeping here, friend.
That sounds
Would be
great.
safer.
I do agree. Ladina, I will be taking them, but you can keep the silver. I'll repay you in the end anyway, so... And she says, oh, thank you, my lord. Have a good night, warriors.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, my lord.
She kind of gives you a look and then starts walking out to give some steins to the other patrons in the bar. Please, come follow me. I believe we have other friends of yours to find.
All right.
What?
Sounds good.
There. Follow me. And he begins making his way out of the tavern. The rest of you three, is there any particular area that you would be staying in right now?
I'll go. What time of day is it currently?
It's getting around. The sun's about to set.
Okay.
So-
sunset. I imagine Murag not necessarily within the boundaries of the town. Aware that his race is not typically liked by the common folk.
Yes.
Murag is staying towards the outskirts of town. If there's any tall hills or rocky ledges, he's kind of just chilling up there, sitting. Very tattered clothes. Waiting for around nighttime to then go down and venture so he can put his hood up.
All right. Got it.
Stay more unseen
I'll keep
and
that in
wander the
mind.
town.
All right. Got it. What about for your character?
Anyone testing their strength or showing off?
Ooh.
Oh, yes. You see there are several.
Particularly like pit fighting going on?
There are several, more towards, not towards the middle area of the town, as that is where the Cinder Hall is, and the actual aristocracy of Cinder. More towards, when you get near the outsides of the town, where it gets towards more the poorer districts, you start to see a lot more commoner celebration occurring. So you see several wrestling matches, you see some bar fights here and there, a lot of drunks running around,
Right in the
a
thick
lot of
it.
promiscuity as well. Something out of a Game of Thrones episode.
Most likely in the middle of one of those bar fights.
All right,
Hell
got
yeah.
it. And what about Trail?
All right. Trail is gonna just be, he's gonna be in the midst of a conversation with a few strangers who he's come into contact with, exchanging stories just about their travels and things like that.
All right,
He's just having a good old time,
got it.
not trying to get in any trouble.
So, as you guys make your way out of the bar scene, you watch as Zabora puts his hands up for a second, and then turns around swiftly and looks at you all. Give me a second, please. I will try to find your friends right now.
Thank you very much.
Should we just
You
wait?
watch his eyes kind of like flash red for a second, like beams of fire. And you see he traces his hands along in a sort of, as if putting plots onto a map. And you see as his fingertips kind of light with brittle ash and flame for a second as it traces around in the air. Yes. Oh, that will be a walk. You're... I hate when they fight. There, that is someone doing something. It is very safe. Thank you. Well, his eyes flash away. Well, let's go meet your friends. And he just begins walking down the street.
Let's go.
Yes, let's.
So, at first, you guys walk not but 100 feet down the street until you guys begin to round a corner. And as you do, you watch as another crowd of individuals passing by you, adorned all in black, and flying a flag with a full plate helmet on it and a red stripe down the middle with beads of fire on either side of the crest.
Is this a crest that we would recognize?
Yes, you notice the motto immediately that says "Peace through Steel," which all of you would know easily enough to be the crest of Gwynth in the Stratocracy. as they are making their way, you see a total of 8 individuals total, and you watch as a very large one immediately sort of brushes his shoulder right up next to you and just checks you with his shoulder. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
I'll immediately check him back.
Okay. We'll see after this.
14.
14 total.
Yes.
As soon as he hits you with your shoulder, you're immediately smacked down into the dirt beneath you as he walks by, and you hear the rest of the people around him start to laugh as well. And he
I'm gonna shove him.
and then you go ahead and try and shove him. All right.
Athletics?
Yeah.
12.
12. You go to shove him, and he immediately kind of just wrestles your hands and kind of tosses you back for a second and looks you nice. Easy, boy, easy. You don't want to start any fights too soon. Be kicked out of the race right away.
I just stare into his eyes and get like really close to him.
Crash.
He starts to
He's
get
not-
really close to you as well. And then as he does, you watch as one individual puts his hands up to him. You see balding head adorned in full black plate armor. Black full plate, which all of you come to recognize as what is handed out to all the citizens of Gwynth and what has caused pretty much mass fear on the continent whenever you see it.
It's intimidating.
You watch as one of them bald head and kind of like wild eyes with a large scar going down his eye and crooked teeth. He's not worth it. Give it till tomorrow. Then we'll have him in the sheets. All right. You lot have a fine night then. They begin to walk off.
Stand
Safe
up,
travels.
brushing myself off.
I'll help him.
Nice to meet you, friends. Aye.
And they continue walking. You watch as Zabora turns around as well. I've always loved the Gwynth and their customs. So kind. Good thing that it does not say anything about not killing people in the race. Come, we must get your friends.
If a bird could smile.
You eventually round the corner until you find yourself into another bar. This one by the name of the Yellow Summer. As you make your way in, you see a lot more flourishing activity. It seems to be more eloquent and not as raucous. More akin to a coffee shop than a bar in modern standards.
It is a gay bar.
It's a hipster gay bar.
And speaking of which, as you walk in, you do see a one figure standing out amongst the rest of the crowd. You see a sort of cat-like person.
What the?
Standing at one of the smaller tables, sitting around a group of what seem to be Ostranovixian nobles, all sitting around and listening intently to his words that he speaks.
What do I do now?
Well, you are speaking a story.
Roleplay.
Oh, okay. And so then I said to him, well, of course I don't want to start a fight with you. I don't believe in hitting women.
The whole tiny crowd immediately erupts, and you see people from the other table start to laugh as well, and then turn their chairs around to look at what story is being told over here. Zabora immediately turns to you too. And that is our other compatriot. Come. He walks over, and immediately you watch as the first few groups of nobles that see him immediately pull their chairs up, and you hear his chairs begin to squeak onto the floor and stand up for him.
Does it look like he has a lot of power and respect by the people in here?
It does. Because as they get closer and the ones that are laughing, you see one of them stands up, immediately tugs at the shirt of the other one, and he's like, what? Immediately stands up. Let's see. Please sit. We are here to celebrate. I get enough of this already. Trail, I hear.
Yes, that is me.
Easy enough to find you. Word gets around.
Just follow the hairballs and you'll eventually find me.
You hear another few chuckles from around the table. Well, would you like to join up with the rest of your comrades?
I'd be more than happy to.
Please, get acquainted. Would you like to describe how you look as well?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, so Trail is, right now he's wearing a dark cloak, a dark traveling cloak. He is by day an entertainer. That's been his job forever, so he kind of wears a little bit of like I don't know, what would you call it? Like a leather, like a light leather kind of suit, easy mobility, but it still provides some protection because his night occupation is thievery. So he kind of a little bit of a multi-functional outfit, but he's wearing all black, and you can see across his chest 4 daggers and some things maybe popping out of his cloak behind him. Maybe not besides his tail, of course, but some possible gear of some kind.
What does his fur look like?
His fur is pitch black,
In his eyes?
green.
Panther tabaxi. So, you all meet up. You watch as he takes a second again. You see hands tracing through the air with fire. He is still not in town. We will wait for him to take his time. And the eyes flash away from the fire again.
Would I recognize this as any kind of spell?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check. Intelligence Arcana.
Arcana check. Not great.
10?
10? Easily enough. You've heard of the spell Locate Creature. He seems to be casting this, except over an extended period of time, ritual casting. So yeah. It's just that the flourish and the way that he does it is very unique with the flames.
You have quite an elegant style to your spell casting. Where did you learn such arts?
Well, let us just say it has been passed down through our family.
That's good to know.
Now, please follow me to the next one. He will be at a bit more dirtier, and it is a bit more of a hike. And you all begin making your way through the streets again. As you are at this point, well, we have a bit more of a travel ahead of us in this time, so I guess I can briefly tell you. Have you any questions for me before tomorrow?
How long is the race expected to take?
Oh, I don't know. We've never had one before.
What does our construct look like?
Ah, I will be gifting you that on the day. You see, you will be having what is called a shield guardian. It will protect you, as you will protect it. It is a lot more sturdy. It is not very good in combat. We wanted to make sure it was a lot easier to not die than actually hurt people. That is why we hired you. So,
How much are we getting paid for this?
oh, well, I believe I have told you before in the letter that you all will be gifted a manor, as well as servants and anything to fill them with, should you win. The Slavakov family will deal with that.
I have a question for the.
Can I make an insight check on that?
Yeah, sure. What's your question?
Do I still have the? Is this the guy who I have the deal with?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 10 total.
10 total?
Yeah.
Seems to be very truthful. It's very hard to read this man, as you've never met him before, but he seems very difficult to read,
Okay.
as if he's dealt with politics for a while.
Career politician.
So, you will be gifted a manor. As well, you will have our thanks and gratitude, which is a very good thing to have in this world.
As far as location of said manor,
Wherever and in the continent of Quinn you wish. However, I will say I will not be held responsible should you wish to put it in the Snow White Woods, or a place such as that.
What kind of fool would do that?
I like this one.
Thank you, my friend.
It is a bit creepy. How many of those voices you speak are dead men?
How am I to know?
Or dead women? Come! And he begins walking again. Eventually, you make your way towards the more commoner side of town. You watch as quickly as you make your way out of the more nice homes, you come to narrower streets and high mud brick buildings. Seemingly, these ones are new within the past year. Most likely, as the city was burned down, probably didn't have enough time to fill in the population with typical buildings, and these slum-like alleyways are starting to make sense. You watch as the cobblestone roads are quickly replaced with mud that has been quickly seeped into the ground. You watch as you hear the sounds of fiddles and violins and raucous, drunken slur singing happening and echoing throughout these abandoned and commoner streets.
How
alike.
does Zabora react to being in these commoner streets?
He seems to be okay.
Okay.
You do notice before he comes in, he does cast a spell on himself, though. You hear lots of people come up. At one point, you watch as a drunk actually walks up to you, Trail. You see this older man, bald head, with a graying face and beard to complement it, and tattered rags. You see he's not wearing a shirt, just has pants on. You see a very saggy elder body with like graying hairs all across his entire chest.
Lovely.
He has a large bottle of something in his hand as he comes up to you.
Oh my god, I'm really drunk.
Good for you, my
Come
man.
up and stand behind Trail.
What is your... Animals are humans now.
I start fiddling a little bit faster with that ball of yarn I always carry. A little bit nervous.
Oh, Your Highness.
That is fine, my friend. You see, we have many animal people now. Have you seen the Leshy people? And you see his eyes go wide with fear.
No.
Then maybe you should run, because they're down the street. He just starts darting down the street. You see
I'll start laughing.
Zabora. Oh, the commoners.
What's a
Come-
Leshy person?
What?
What's a Leshy person?
Oh, have you not heard of the Leshy?
No.
Ah.
To be fair, I haven't either.
Oh.
I haven't either.
But then again, my intelligence is not
In the
highest.
Snow White, you'll see the Snow White Woods has been a constant place for all the fey creatures of horrible and terrible folklore come from. Apparently, there is a fey spirit that lives within the woods there that is known to mimic the sounds of little children and draw people into the woods. Apparently, it stands about 15 feet tall, I've heard, and commands flocks of wolves. But that's just folklore.
Those
Okay.
are just rumors. Those can't be true.
He winds around the corner until you finally see a larger opening. Not so much a courtyard, as much as it is just an intersection of roads. You see a large crowd gathered around, mostly of men. Some of them have their shirts off, and you see as you're walking up, a few of them are with their backs against the walls with like swollen eyes and cut lips and bruised faces. And you see some people are kind of just like taking mud and just slapping it on their scrapes and stuff. It's like, you shall do it. Just hold still. That fucking hurts, man. It's gonna make you feel a lot better, all right? Just give it an easy. And as they walk up, you hear Zabora point to his throat for a second, and you immediately hear a loud poof. And he goes, in a voice speaking incredibly loudly, "All please part way. The great Count of the Slavakov family, Zabora, asks you to part way and allow me to meet my friend." And immediately everyone just hears it and looks back, and you see the first eyes are eyes of like, "Why are you ruining my fun?" And then immediately turn to, "Oh shit." And they immediately give way to the man. And in the middle, you see a man on the ground currently, kind of bruised to hell. Just balding head and kind of like almost in the yielding position, trying to fight back with the remaining strength he has. And beating on the man, you see...
Wearing chainmail, very 5 o'clock shadow, very buzzed, short hair, dark hair, scars lining his face, wearing relatively dark clothes, just going, "Come on now, don't give up on me that easy."
It's like, "No, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, I thought I could take..." And you immediately hit him in the head, and as he does, he just gets knocked out cold finally in the mud.
I like this place.
All right, I cast Cure Wounds on him. Better luck next time.
You watch as he spits a tooth out and into the ground, and he kind of picks it up. "Thank you." He watches, he tries to like put it back into his mouth. And he watches as two guys from the side just pick him up off the shoulder and start dragging him out of the place. You hear several grunts and several people laughing as you see several coins begin to exchange hands in the crowd. And yeah, you are greeted by the ensemble before you as well as this count.
How's it going, Zeb?
It is going fine. Please do not call me that.
It's your show.
Are you drunk?
No.
Are you?
No.
No, unfortunate.
Yeah, why not?
Well, let us go find your last friend. We will intercept him on his way here. Please, meet your friends.
Hey.
It is a very odd group.
You want to go?
You see a dwarf. You see a dwarf in Ostrana lands. You
After
see
the
a
race.
bird person, a cat person, and a construct.
I feel like you and I are natural enemies.
I feel like we should be, yes.
Tweety Bird and what's like.
What race are you as well?
Human.
Just human? Yeah.
Yep. Interesting.
At this point, you guys begin heading in the same direction out of town as well. Would you be heading in the town at this point? It's gotten fairly
I would
dark.
assume sunset's setting, so it's getting dark. I'm slowly just trotting down the path towards the town.
All right. As you guys make your way out of the city, which does not have any walls currently, you start making your way out towards the farmlands that are very, very vast. As coming in here, you would have noticed that the actual city of Cinder is situated between two rivers and a mountain, and is well known for being a huge breadbasket of the entire continent.
What's a red basket mean?
Where a lot of food is made.
Oh, okay.
So melting pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also would have known that was probably like a reason for why the aristocracy here was probably so rich and lavish.
Because they had a plethora of food that they were able to sell.
Yeah,
and support
and they're
themselves
constantly selling. So, Ostrana basically almost rivals Vanzabar in terms of trade, almost. However, you guys begin making your way out on the road south, and as you do see a single low figure far in the distance, making its way towards the town.
I can see it.
Yeah,
I have eagle eyes. As part of my totem.
you
Oh, I-
see it before anyone.
Zach, also, I'm sorry, just brought this up.
Go ahead.
Should I put down on my sheet? I forgot to put this. I think to actually have dark vision, don't
Yes,
they?
60
Alright,
feet.
60 feet. Can I borrow a pencil?
Yeah.
Where do I put that under? Traits or?
Yeah. So, as you all begin making your way down, you immediately see him before anyone else.
So here's what you see. You see a guy with a hood, kind of has his head down, so it's kind of dark underneath the mask. You see a great axe to one side on my back. You see two spears on the other side in an X shape,
Okay.
attached to the back. Otherwise, just like a hide or a mess of like animal skins and hide as my trousers, and otherwise just a brown, kind of tattered robe over top it all.
Seeing this threatening figure, I'm going to like step out in front of the group and kind of take the lead here.
Excuse me, sir. I never did get your name as well.
Crush.
Crush.
The hell is that?
I think he sneezed.
Typically goes by
That's-
Crash. That's his way of
That's my name.
identifying himself.
Crush.
Are you familiar with the Kenku?
Bless you.
Myself, not before I had met Crash here.
I briefly read about them in our library. The origins of the race are very mysterious. We do not know where they come from. But they cannot speak. They can only mimic what they have heard.
That is true.
He's like a parrot.
A buff parrot.
So, that is why anything you hear coming from his mouth is said by someone else.
I thought he was just messing with us.
I would never do that.
How long until he sounds like me? I cannot wait.
I can't wait.
Oh boy,
Oh boy.
I could have waited.
Anyway, you start to get within about 60 feet of this individual as well.
I'll say, are we safe here?
Yes.
But that figure.
He is
I'm slowly approaching the entire time,
he is one of ours.
under the assumption that the ornate figure is whom I'm supposed to meet with,
Murog!
my liege. And I'm kind of ignoring everyone else. I'm looking straight at the guy, Zabora, and I walk up to him. I slowly unhook, take off my hood, and what reveals is a very dark-skinned with a hint of green orc, one large tooth, a second tooth to the side that looks fairly recently broken off, with a scar that hasn't been completely healed yet across the side and down his mouth, as if he took an axe or sword to the face in close combat fairly recently. And I exchange greetings with Zabora,
Greetings.
and I look around at the other crew, and all I see is an eclectic group of individuals, to say the least.
Yes! I actually had you duped. You will not be running in the Goliatheon. You're joining my circus.
Well, this
Luckily,
was
I think I can
definitely
bring a bit to the table if we're going in that direction.
this is not what I intended, but if you need my strength, that's what I'm here for.
I am only kidding. You will be racing in this Goliatheon.
Thank goodness.
He's a handsome
And
man,
you will still
isn't
get a manner should you win.
I can't.
But I see you do have a little person here. Not very fond of these guys.
I'm
But
sure we'll get along well.
I'm here for the money, not for the...
Watch your tongue.
Do you have a tongue?
That is a good question.
What is that on your face? Oh, you know what? I think I've heard of you guys before. Caw?
I'm glad you've heard of birds before.
Bird people. I'm not an intelligent person, to say the least. As a barbarian, you're not very
So,
intelligent.
I will say this first before any more hostilities might come to the table. Please, do not kill each other before you finish the race. Afterwards, I do not care. I will say though, if you do kill one of your comrades, you will not get 2 manners.
Tough, but fair.
Thank you, Crush.
And also what you guys see is me fumbling something in my hand that almost looks like a piece of braided hair. And I just quickly put it in a pocket of mine. So leave that to
I would say-
imagination.
What was that?
I would say Braum, Trail, and Finn, you 3 would notice that.
Now that we all met,
It is nothing to worry about. Something from my past.
well, now that we all met,
worried.
I will introduce myself. My name is Finn. I know your name, but we didn't get everyone's names yet.
Trail. Oh,
See, I can do it too.
well,
And it's your ball.
All right.
What's your name, friend?
Brom.
Good, good.
And yours.
My name is Finn.
I often find that camaraderie makes a stronger team and better teamwork. So please, continue to get to know each other throughout the night. However, if you wish to partake in the festivities, you may, but I will first show you to my humble abode.
Let's party! Woo!
Yes, please, everyone, grab my hands and grab each other's hands. I do not feel like walking.
I step away from the dwarf.
Wait. Old hands.
All right. Immediately, you all feel a sharp tug at your bodies as you are jettisoned through a dark kind of hole that opens up, and you all feel yourselves jettisoned. You see lights beginning to streak past you, flames and festivities. You hear several drunken slurs and stuff as you were basically led back through the way you came, and immediately you snap back into the front or the middle portion of seemingly this entire city. Beside you, you see a large manor. You see it gated off with opulent fence posts with an entire green that stretches up to the top of it. You're sitting at the top of one of the hills that line this entire city. right next to it, even more opulent than this, the entire building made out of marble as well. You see this gigantic dome made out of red, seemingly terracotta stained bricks. Besides the roof that immediately catches your guard from that dome, you see beautiful, almost ivory or marble, you can't tell, stonework chiseled beneath it with a long corridor that leads to a long hallway. The building, gigantic, one of the largest you have ever seen before. It leaves the already giant manor that you had immediately traveled to here via this spell. That thing is a dwarf compared to the larger building to the left of it.
Do I know what this building is?
The large one?
Yeah.
Make a history check.
Nope. That's a total of 0.
So fancy. That's a fancy building. Sure. Yeah.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 25.
25.
He's the brains. I'm the brawn.
You, having been here before when it was Crotengard before it became Cinder, know that this is actually a new building, which has very recently been completed thanks to your stone cutting as well. Like very, very recently. The stonework and the brick is beautiful because of how new it is. Seems like untouched by weather, practically. You would know this to be the Cinder Hall, the seat of governmental power within Cinder and the entire Austronavician oligarchic aristocracy. Immediately, you are first led with Zabora to the front of this manor across the green. Do you all like the Cinder Hall? It has recently been finished. And all of the books that are part of the esoteric library of Cinder are being ported there right now. One of the few gifts that you will get should you win this race.
Seeing this, I'm gonna put my hood up and look at Torbrial to do the same.
And I go ahead and kind of follow his lead as we share kind of nods of agreement with each other, understanding.
This maybe isn't the friendliest place for us.
Yeah. You all are eventually led up finally to the main patio that comprises the first part of this manor. And you hear a loud... and as soon as you do, you see the front two large marble doors open up. And you see a platoon of servants begin making their way out from the hallway. And immediately in the front, they make their way out onto the steps of the patio in a single file action, and all at the same time seemingly turn to face each other. One arm behind the back and one arm in front. Adorned in servant-like robes, you do see more of like white cloth, more like white togas, seems to be the attire for them. As he begins to walk up. Greetings, servants. I would like you all to let it known around the entire house that the master has returned, and that these fine individuals here are welcome to any luxury they should wish to partake in within our home, besides our basement. Now, I would ask one of you, please find my son, and bring him to the study. Thank you. And he watches, he once again looks up, and they all immediately turn around and begin making their way back into the house. Well, my friends, my house is yours. But do not think that does not mean I will not take punitive action should you do anything wrong to my family's home.
Where can we find our rooms for the night?
Ask a servant, and they will lead you the way.
And the same go for the mead.
The same goes for anything. You will be waited on here. They will bring you anything which you desire.
What's in the basement?
Nothing of your concern.
Cheryl immediately starts looking around for an entrance to the basement.
Make an investigation check immediately in the front hall.
How do I do this now?
Roll a d20.
Oh, you don't have any of the numbers written down. So it would be, are you proficient? So you have a -1.
Intelligent.
Roll d20 -1.
D20 -1?
Oh
Okay,
my.
so that'd be a 7.
You're like,
There's the
As
floor.
soon as you hear that, you go.
Basement.
You're looking for a sign that says basement. You don't see anything.
You're just in the front area, so you're just like shit. If I move, you'll notice I'm looking for the basement. So you're just kind of like looking their eyes darting around, like trying to scan the area, but you don't really catch anything.
Everyone here is fucking dumb as shit except for you.
So, now I will be returning to my study. The night is yours. You know where you are. I believe you'll be able to backtrack. I only ask, do not get too drunk for tomorrow. I need you in tip-top shape. Because also remember, the rules of this Galathion are very, very slim. And there are people that would like to see people like you dead. So make sure you're in tip-top shape so you don't die. Because it could happen. And he begins walking in. And he walks about 10 feet before he puts his hand up and turns around. One more thing. I'd recently heard a rumor that some new rules will be thrown in tomorrow for the Galathion.
Are these important rules that we should be aware of?
I do not know. I don't have any information, but something that you might want to look into tonight.
How should we do that?
Great.
Ask around. I hear some of the teams have already had people come to them. I would start with the most powerful ones. There is one, which we had already met tonight, actually, that people are thinking will win the entire Galathion. There is a group from Gwynth that has come. It is actually the son of the General Prime, the Gwynthanian Stratocracy. The very one that actually laid siege to Fuel Yonareth, creating it into ruins. A second time. He goes by the name of Mortimus Fowler. It was the man that knocked our good dwarf friend here in the mud earlier tonight. If you could get any information on him or their whereabouts, they are most likely your best competition. Until then, have you any more questions before I go speak to my son?
Not off the top of my head.
Should I assume that is this a test for us? Because you could easily acquire this knowledge if you wish to.
Well, I believe there is one way to find out.
Just a 6 for your one construct.
What?
Just the 6 of us for your construct.
Yes. 6 of you, one construct that I will be providing you. If you wish, you can see it in the back of my home. Nothing very special. We have taken out most of the offensive capabilities in order to more or less mount it in plate armor.
Who built it?
Well, the mad one himself, actually. Argathoris the Red. Paid him myself.
Let's go check it out.
All right.
Agreed.
Feel free. I will be making my way to the study, however.
So you see this creature open its mouth, and no words come out. Instead, there's a sound. It sounds like this. Just comes out of this creature's mouth.
He looks at you curiously, and immediately you see another small section of, not the exact large size as the one before, but you see a small section of servants make their way there. Mm-hmm. Well, I believe your friend understands how things work around here. Have fun. And he begins walking away up the steps. You are then flanked by servants.
Okay. To the servants, I'll say, take us out back.
And someone please bring us mead while we're out there.
A lot of mead.
You watch as you say, someone bring mead, you watch as one servant makes his way away. And when you repeat with a lot of mead, you see 2 more just look at each other and go, and start making their way as well.
Can I pull one of the servants aside?
Sure.
So, tell me, friend, what great stories are from this place?
He opens his mouth and points into his mouth, and you see a little nub of a tongue in the back.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You haven't heard any of the servants talk so far.
Are all the servants like older adults or
Not really.
all ages?
Are
Yeah.
they all male?
No, there's some females as well. He kind of.
I have no idea what's happening. Does Trail know what's happening, and can I make an insight check?
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check. Because Trail is
Pretty,
more
proficient in sign
insightful than
language.
Brendan.
+5. It's an
Oh
alphabetical
boy,
order.
this is like when I tried to serve that deaf guy at biology the
Right,
other day.
that is a 24.
24.
24.
You're starting to get the instance he means. I served the king before this time that owned this city, and for my previous allegiance, this was done to me.
Damn.
You got all that out of.
And you
I have a
notice
plus 5 on insight.
when he
like,
points
yeah.
when he points at the dwarf, you're like, oh, okay, Krogengard. Okay.
He was on the bad side of the
Yeah, I
war.
gotcha.
Yeah.
He was in the wrong city at the wrong time.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
But yeah, the rest of the servants make their way and begin escorting you guys to the back. You walk just it's one long corridor that then opens up into this large, magnificent, almost kind of Greco-Roman styled like ballroom, sort of. You see a large stage on the left side made out of the finest woods that complements the porcelain blue and white tiled floor in front of it. You see a table on the far right, and as you finally get to the back end of it, you see in the middle of this large room, standing about 9-ish feet tall, this monstrous-looking thing that looks almost just like full plate armor if it had a steel undercoat. You see 2 giant shields almost affixed to its arms as if plated in there with the actual construct itself. It seems to just be in a standing pose up.
And it's like human shaped
Yes, and it looks human shaped.
with a shield in each arm.
Yeah, 2 shields. They're kind of like attached to the hands. And it just stands there resolute.
How do we turn it on? Trail starts poking it.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
You watch as the servant makes his way out of the room.
Do I know how it works
Yeah.
at all? Okay.
You would know that the key phrase to turn it on is fire.
Oh.
Have I heard Zabora speak that word this evening?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, I
so.
don't think I've heard that either.
Right, well, I'll say fire.
You watch as 2 beads of flame immediately erupt from the eyes. And it seems more for aesthetic purposes of this creature, but as it does, you watch as all of the, this just steel-plated creature, all of the plate of it begins to start to turn red, like letting steel sit in a furnace, like red-hot iron, as it then and looks at you. You watch as the entire form moves. You hear the cranking of metal, as if metal on metal is scraping against each other.
All right. Stand still, and I'm gonna just like inspect it. I'm gonna open up like a compartment in my chest, and like there's some various tools in there, and they're like grooves in my hands, and I attach them like in my hands, and I start.
It gets on one
Messing
knee
around with
and
him.
then puts its arms onto the ground, giving you the easiest vantage point to repair it.
Yeah, and I'll make sure everything looks alright and test its joints to make sure it's
Alright.
well oiled and everything.
Give me an intelligence Tinker's tools check.
Okay. 10.
10. You give it a once over. Everything seems to be, for at least like the bare minimum possible, looks to be in top performing condition. In fact, you're able to tell that this construct is made very well. Whoever made this, is probably really good at what they do. And you would know the person who made it because you've heard Argatharus the Red before.
I will be serving as the engineer of this group. I will make sure that he is in good shape and can continue racing.
Wonderful. Thank you, my good friend.
No problem.
Are there any?
Fixes you.
Well, I can try to take care of myself, but I would also count on your protection.
Are you does it appear to me that your character is like fully healed at maximum?
I don't seem damaged at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Should you break, any pointers as to fix you?
Unless you have any experience with this, then not really.
Aye.
Does healing magic still work on constructs?
Cure wounds, I think does.
Wait, no. Wait. Some spells don't affect constructs.
Yeah, yeah. You're not like you count as a humanoid for the purposes of the game.
Oh, I do. Okay.
Yeah, for the purposes of the game, you count as a humanoid.
Okay.
It's that the Warforged class or the race is a little wonky, but yeah, you can be cure wounds and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Else, that'd make a lot of sense.
While we're in this big, open
Cure
kind of
Cure
ballroom
ball.
Oh,
area,
Yeah.
I'll kind of move over to like the side
Okay.
a little bit, kind of so like I'm kind of back by myself,
Right.
and I'm gonna point at Turball.
Yep.
I'm gonna point at Turball, and I'm gonna cast message, and I'm going to say to him, "Are we safe here?" And you can
Maybe.
do you message me back?
Yeah.
Okay. We have instant messenger. We have magic instant messenger.
All right.
Okay. And I'll message to him. Should we sleep here this evening?
This place seems well guarded. I feel like we are, at the moment, among friends. I don't think it would be wise to risk running into our friends in black outside.
I think this is our best bet for the evening.
Agreed.
In the background, I'm by the shield, and I'm just like using my axe and clanking the metal just to see, just kind of testing how hard I would have to hit it to put any sort of.
It
scratch
seems that
on
the
it.
axe. It seems that pretty much any weapon you're going to use that isn't a bludgeoning weapon seems like it would not really hurt it.
You might want to use this. I handed my flail.
I take a look at it and I go, just really lightly tapping it with an underhit or underswing.
Seems to do more for the actual metal of it. But overall, you feel like it would take. There's a lot of metal on this thing. It seems to almost be made of metal, and it isn't like full plate, which you have fought before, where there are cavities in the actual thing. This thing, it's just the huge plate of metal.
It's like solid metal.
There's no hollow area underneath, and you feel like it would take a while to get this thing down.
I'm fairly impressed.
But when you do lightly tap it, are you making an attack roll?
No,
against it?
it's like a ding ding.
Okay.
ding.
When you do, you see like sparks come off of the weapon, as if you feel like if you hit it harder, those sparks would make a large gout of flame that would most likely hit you.
Oh wow.
Seems that whatever offensive capabilities they got rid of, they upgraded them to more defensive-oriented capabilities to ward things away from hitting it.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and try to scratch one of the shields with my talons. As you see this big muscular like wing just go and like scratch at it.
Yeah, you go ahead and scratch at it. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
It's 26 to hit.
That hits.
Perhaps we should stop trying to damage our only chance at getting these mansions.
And then that's a total of 5 bludgeoning damage.
5 bludgeoning damage. All right.
Yeah.
You then take 6 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As it
Just gonna be repaired.
you watch
you
as the
learn?
claws
By
scrape
tomorrow.
across it. You see these sparks turn into quick gouts of flame and almost singe your hand as you do.
Does it I'll pluck out the feather that's burning and toss it behind me. Are there like scratch marks on it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll cast mending. And I'll try to
What the fuck are you?
I asked myself the same thing when I made this character. I'll try to, and you can join me as well. You see my character pull out his spell book that he has,
He just has it.
and Torball has one that looks the same,
Holding it the
Um,
exact same way.
and then we'll both kind of start to
Mend this creature
shield.
together. And I stand there laughing. Did you learn anything with that crash?
Nope.
Wax on,
You do
wax
realize
off.
mending only affects it physically. It doesn't heal it at all. It's just the appearance.
Well, we would
You
want our
watch as it
construct
seems to look
nice.
smooth over.
Yeah.
It buffs it out. Yeah.
Basically, is
we
what
want
you
our
do.
construct to look nice.
All right then. It just didn't help it at all. But
I open my mouth again.
You see another group of people come this time, and this time you see them also followed by 3 kegs of mead, supposedly.
That's what I was gonna ask for.
They all come out, and immediately you see 3 of them lay them on the tables over to the side, and you see immediately start spigotting them out and filling up goblets and bringing them over to you guys.
I ask them if their tongues are also cut out. How unfortunate. Imagine not being able to tell stories.
I attempt to take 3 different cups of mead
Okay.
from these servants. Begin drinking one, and as I gulp down as much as I can, look over to our orc friend. Raise the other 2. Would you like some, my orc friend?
I think I would rather just eat for now.
Suit yourself, and then begin downing the other.
Are you always gonna call him by his race?
this is a dwarf. Too. He's saying it.
At this point, you all begin having goblets brought to you, and in the distance you see in the other side of where you came in from this large ballroom, you do see a group of servants being leading in 2 individuals. You see one woman in a dazzling, sort of sparkling reddish dress that trails all the way behind her, and you see 2 servants kind of pulling up the back side of it. A lot more different than what you are used to actually for the sort of aesthetic of high noble classes here, where you have the large wire frame leading to a large, like those large looming skirts, like the ones that look like domes. This one is very tight to the body and flares out very long, Cinderella-like. As she comes out, immediately to her left, you do see a little girl kind of adorned in the typical dress that you're used to seeing, with a smaller looking domed gown, and as well as a corset affixed with a frilly dress with puffy pauldrons and blonde curly hair that comes down. The woman as well has very sharp eyes and black hair tied into a tight knotted bun all the way at the top. As they make their way in, the woman says, "Are you enjoying the company of our home? I hope you find it well. I know that it can be daunting with how opulent some of the places up here are."
It's been fun so far.
Thank you very much.
Ivana Slawakov, maiden of the home.
Greetings.
Greetings to you as well, dwarf.
Can I trail crouches down to the little one and introduces himself? Oh.
Yeah, do it.
Hello there, little one. What's your name?
My name is Ceci.
Ceci.
Yes.
Oh, that's a very pretty name.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, Ceci, what do you do around here for fun?
Well, sometimes I'll tinker with the little drones that my uncle makes and play with them. And then sometimes I dream of being a pretty princess in a tower and being rescued by a great knight.
Well, Ceci, you already look like a pretty princess to me.
She kind of chuckles down, and you watch as Ivana pats the top of her head. Well, I'm sorry. Is there something funny?
Message.
Mikey, crank their mics. We need to hear this.
Do the rest of us notice them doing this?
Oh yeah, no. Message takes verbal and somatic. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So.
It appears our cat friend has the hots for our Majesty's daughter. Cracking up, spilling mead everywhere, laughing while sending this to crash.
Cracking up.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Bro.
That's why you wait till they leave.
Roll low.
18.
Woo!
18.
Shit.
Surprisingly, you succeed. You feel your muscles start to contort for a second as you feel like some strain on your body is about to take hold.
I creepily walk up behind them, put my left hand on his head, put my right hand on his shoulder, and I'd be like, I believe this is not a wise situation to be in.
Excuse me, dwarf.
Yes.
You might be in the company and protection of my husband. But let me remind you why this city was given a new name. I believe it was your people that were here before, yes?
Yes.
It's a shame. You should have seen their stubby legs trying to walk up to the executioner's block. It was really hard to find the right block of wood to get them up there. Too bad we burned all those. It would be very difficult for you. Well then, I hope the rest of you have a fantastic night.
It's getting better and better.
And she turns around.
When
The
she
little
turns
girl
around,
says,
I point at
Bye.
him.
Can I flip Ceci a little coin?
She
She likes us.
grabs it in her hands and then immediately looks to the.
I have a plan.
She grabs the coin in her hand and then looks to the left and the right, and makes it look to see if her mom doesn't notice that she got it.
Thank you.
And darts back to join her mom, walking away.
Trail, great with kids.
I go over to Trail. Think you can get the girl to lead you to the basement?
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Oh. Can you go to the basement with the girl?
Please,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
adults.
I don't like my companions, especially the bird brain.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes, to him, so that you don't hear.
Do I hear it?
What's your
Let me know
passive
when you
perception?
go. I'll go with you.
11.
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, you hear. At this point, you do see as she is walking down.
Another mug?
Walking down the alleyway, you do see another figure kind of hunched over, greet her, and kind of like give a short bow. And she gives a curtsy as well as they pass by and head up the steps, the same that you had seen Zabora climb up before. This crotch figure begins making his way into the room as well. You see bent over, very old, one long piece of hair, white hair, untrimmed and disgusting, kind of just coming down his chin, and two long portions of white hair jutting out, like as if recently electrically shocked, and just pointing out of his hair. You see two large, thick lenses of glasses sitting on his eyes. One of them seems cracked in places as he makes his way up with this gnarled stick over.
What is you, lot that took my mead?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask me to join you? Give me a goblet, slave.
And you watch as the servant kind of looks at him
Jesus Christ.
with squinted
oh, man.
eyes
Jesus Christ.
and then continues to walk away and begins to get him a goblet.
So, who are you in my home? What? Speak up, I can't hear you.
We're the Galathion runners.
What?
We're the Galathion runners.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, the race. I had forgotten about that. Well then.
He watches the goblet is immediately brought over to him, and the servant kind of hands it out to him. And right before he's about to grab it, the servant kind of drops it out of his hand. And he watches it clatters onto the ground, and the wine and the meat spills out of it. And he goes,
Don't test me, boy.
and the servant says, and begins walking over and grabs another goblet.
Pardon me. My name is Vane Slawakov. I am the brother to Zabora. I'm a bit of a scientist myself. Are you staying here tonight?
Yes.
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 Cool,
Yes.
I guess. Great to meet you.
Cheers.
I don't have my goblet yet.
Clanks it against his head. Cheers.
Got a stick.
Oh boy.
Clank that. He watches the servant brings it over at this point, and he really leans on the staff as he takes his other hand off of his back. You see he just kind of slouches a lot when he does that, deeper into his seat. Thank you. He walks his hands kind of shaking for a bit, just tosses the goblet behind him, and it cling, cling, cling. Would you mind if I took one of my kegs back? It's a long walk from where I work to here.
He needs
That's
help
fine.
walking somewhere.
No, it's a long walk from where I work to here. And if I have to come here every time I want a new goblet, then I will probably die.
Where's the workshop?
I'll roll my eyes and then I'll take the keg and just put it on my shoulder.
Thank you, sir. If you could please hand it off to one of the servants, they will know where to bring it.
I'll just turn to the closest servant and almost just like toss it to him.
He's gonna try and grab it. It kind of gets on the ground. It doesn't break. And he looks up, looks at you, looks at Vane. Vane's kind of like,
I'm sorry, did I do something wrong?
and he goes and picks it up, and another man helps him with it, and he just glares at you as he walks out of the courtyard.
Well, it was nice meeting you all. Good night.
Nice meeting you.
Night.
And he just slowly makes his way away as well, once more.
Is there anyone else we want to make enemies with in this house before we go out and try to figure out what the new rules are?
No.
Why don't we just bitch slap Zaboro while we have a chance?
I already tried that. Try being the word there.
So does anyone want to go try to figure out what these rules are?
Murag is just
Otherwise-
gonna slowly walk away from everyone and try to find some food or a feast of sorts.
Yeah, sure. You do see
Breaking party.
other food was brought out to fit with the drinks, but they're more like appetizers. Kind of like when you just go to like any restaurant and just order appetizers. It's basically what it looks like.
Hors d'oeuvres.
I follow Murag. I'm hungry too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Get out of
I'm getting a little peckish.
Oh no.
All right, so you all walk over towards the table. Yeah, and
No.
I'm interested
Dude.
in making a plan.
Come with me.
Do we all want to go, or are they just gonna waste
They
time
all
here?
left.
Could
I'm
one of
still
us
just
should
walking
definitely
away.
go and I'm sorry. One of us should definitely go and try to find out what these rules are. It seems they might be kind of critical.
Yes.
Oh, you came back from snacks?
We're all at the snacks.
We're going
I
to get some
didn't head
snacks.
over.
Oh,
thought-
then you're not with us.
so you guys are just yelling across the ballroom.
Go find rules. I'm gonna get some snacks.
I'd be willing to go.
I'll save some food for you.
I don't eat.
Well then goodbye. I don't know what else to offer you.
I'm sticking with Cure Ball.
I think we should go and find some sort of clue as to what these new rules might be. I advise maybe staying away from our fellows from Gwent.
The fellows in black.
They don't like me at all.
They don't like him at all.
I'm having fun.
All right. If you guys want to do anything else here, are we ready to head out, or where do we want to go?
Well, we saw a lot of festivities coming in. A lot of people who appeared to be in the race themselves. I don't think it would be a bad idea to start there. Attempt to, I guess, mingle with some of the competition and see what we can find out.
The one lead we were given was Mortimus, who pushed you.
Do we know who is doing like the brunt of the organization of this?
You would actually.
I could disguise
You would know
self into
that
like
the
me, someone more friendly.
you would actually know that the coalition is, as they are known. Go ahead and give me a history check
History check.
to see if you know more about the coalition.
That's a 5.
The 5?
Yep.
I've heard people say that the coalition are running it. No idea what that means though.
Something about a coalition.
Any chance I've heard of the coalition on my travels?
Give me a history check.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say you could use wisdom if you want.
Wisdom?
Since you're drawing it from your experiences rather than your
Okay.
actual knowledge that you've learned.
That would be a 16.
16 total. You've heard of the coalition, the International Coalition of Wizardry. They are essentially, it's kind of like a union for spellcasters across the entire world, where they kind of maintain their ideas, like to maintain world peace and world affairs and maintain it. If it were something in the real world, it'd be kind of like the United Nations, except everyone's a spellcaster, is their idea, and they run like everything that is like continent-wide events.
Okay.
For those of you in the
So for like this race to be like the Olympic Committee.
yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha, okay.
That's what they're kind of doing. For those of you in the Fracture campaign, they their headquarters in Tarf was the Flare previously.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, you would know that.
Okay. I share that information with people around me.
How do you do it?
Talking.
Okay, so
They're like, they run all things continent-wide.
Who?
The coalition
Of wizards?
of wizards and spellcasters of all kinds, correct?
Yeah.
Of all kinds.
Does anyone know where they are right now?
Not I.
Would I know where they would be, considering?
yeah, you would know. You know that they are probably taking part in the festivities.
Okay.
And give me a general intelligence check. Just a general intelligence check. Just add your intelligence.
I'm
12. Right? I don't
It's
add
probably
proficiency,
12.
Yeah, 12.
right?
12.
Yeah, just
Just intelligence check.
Okay.
12 total.
12.
You do know that most of them are probably out in the town with the festivities. And you would also know that not all of them are exactly beacons of honor.
We could bribe them. Could bribe them.
That
We could bring me.
that the coalition is so large that not every single one of them is accounted for. So yeah, you all sit very awkwardly amongst new faces, not really speaking cohesively with each other.
So we just have to go out into town and ask wizards if they know.
That appears to be the current plan, unless you can think of something better. to
Hell,
do.
I'm down for it. Let's go.
I'd
walking
maybe
off.
could I suggest maybe we look for some kind of a uniform? I feel like someone who is running something this large would have some kind of identification.
Do you know of one?
No, but I'd look for one.
I guess again, would I know of one, having been a
Yes,
wizard?
you actually do know. Depending on which continent they exist in, they have different colors.
Aw. What's the color for Quinn?
The color for Quinn is blue. They wear blue robes. There's these very ornate blue robes. You know, the color for Tarf is red, the color for Soul is green, and the color for Shone is white.
Oh, these are like the fellows we saw in the tavern that the three of us were.
Yeah, kind of.
What's the first tavern called?
Satin red.
The Satin Red.
Looking for our wizard friends from Quinn. I think we should probably be looking for blue ornate robes, if I remember correctly.
Blue robes, if I remember correctly.
It's a start.
Well,
Do I see any place where I could maybe get a vantage point to see any blue people?
You know that the manor is tall and you haven't even been to the second floor yet.
Okay, cool. Can I start trying to find my way upstairs?
Yeah.
All right.
So you make your way up to the second floor. You're starting to get the sense of this layout of this entire building. When you get to the second floor, you see a large ring on the outside, and you start to get an idea that every floor, as you look up, that first area you came into has a staircase that goes up to a floor, and then a balcony, and then off that balcony are 2 more staircases that go up to another floor, and then 1 more floor after that. And you get the sense that it's kind of just a ring formation
Gotcha.
all the way around.
Is
and
there a
then
spire like in the middle of them?
rooms in the middle. You get the sense that the middle is where that ballroom is.
Okay.
Because that ballroom, you can when you look up, it's very like Greco-Roman. You look up and you can see the sky in the
Okay.
central ballroom.
All right. Well, I get as high as I can.
Yeah. So you get to the tallest area, and you get a whole vantage point of the entire house as well from the window. Are you trying to get any higher than a window?
I mean, I can climb. I'll climb.
All right. So you get your way out of the window and get on top of the roof of this building, and it's very beautiful actually. It's nighttime and the stars are very, very bright out here. In the far, far distance, kind of silhouetting the light of the moon, you see the large mountain that exists as the source for the river that runs across this city. You see several torchlights amidst the entirety of the city of this new beacon of populace that is trying to be born out from ashes, as Ostrana's whole goal is. And you also notice the entire roof is made out of the same kind of shingles as the cinder hall that you had seen before. As you look out across the entire rest of the city, you can't see the city is very large and you can't see too far into the commoner districts, but you do see mainly of this noble district you're in that's in the middlemost part of
And
the city.
I do have dark vision if that helps at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't really even need it either because the light's all the way
it's
out
bright
there.
enough?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's lights everywhere. The city is amidst with people that are preparing for the Galathion.
Gotcha.
You do see several buildings here and there, and inns and taverns. And as you're looking, give me a perception check.
Are we supposed just to wait for that guy, or?
I don't know.
I would have
think
followed
you
him
really-
up.
All right. 25.
20.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. All right. As you look
Yeah,
up,
you should wait for me.
as you look up, you get on top of the building. Used to being on top of this. It's second story work for you, you could say. As you begin looking out in the far, far distance, you see several taverns and such, but you do get a glimpse of what seems to be like a larger group of blue-robed individuals, kind of marching in unison across towards the Satin Red, actually,
All right.
and making their way in.
All right. I'm gonna.
Very, very faintly. You're surprised that you even were able to see it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to kind of just look to maybe see if I can see where they're going.
Yeah, it seems that they're heading into the Satin Red.
All right. I'm gonna tell my friends.
All right. So you make your way off of the roof and get your way down. You see the Birdman immediately standing there.
Hello, Birdman. So I think I've found our blue-robed wizards.
Where?
They're heading to, what was it called again?
The Satin Red.
The Satin Red. So I think if we hurry there, we can find them quickly.
I'll walk to the window and I'll look out with my eagle vision.
All right.
Can you fly?
Easily enough, he kind of points you in the direction they are, and you see like the last of them beginning to walk inside of the building.
I can see him pretty well. It's just a group of several of them.
They
walking.
stick out pretty decently well. It's like a pack of them moving together.
More importantly, I look for any Gwenthian soldiers or
Gwynthanian soldiers.
Gwenthanian soldiers or runners or anything like that, either through the window of the tavern or surrounding that area.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
It's not bad.
It's a mile, right?
Yeah, it's up to a mile.
It's nuts.
It's 15.
You can see into the common district.
I look at his pores. How do they look?
15. You do see a group of, you see several Gwenthanian people marching around, all dressed in the black. But you don't really immediately see anyone
Inside the.
that was in the group that you had met before.
Okay, in what's his name?
Mortimus Fowler.
Mortimus. Okay. And then are there any in the tavern? That we just saw them walk in.
I guess you can see that well into the window. You do see maybe one single as you're looking in the windows of it from where you are, and it's still, you can only see enough because there's walls in between there as well. You see about one maybe cloak of a Gwynthanian person on the inside.
Okay. I'll try to memorize. I'm not the brightest, but I'll try to memorize a safe path that we could travel from here to the inn without running into a big pack of them, or where some of them are partying or hanging out or anything.
All right. Yeah, you feel like there'd be enough distractions. So you think of the best path that would get your way there. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Great. Let's go back. Let's report to our friends.
Let's do it.
All right. So,
So we'll report that to everyone.
all right. You get the information.
Are we
Awesome.
heading there now?
Yeah. We were there before, I think.
I will lead the way. You hear in a very strange voice come out of this creature.
And you
I
begin
begin.
walking out.
Yeah, I'll take the lead.
All
I'll
right.
start to chuckle and follow him.
All right.
I'm gonna follow, but is how do you say it, Murag?
Good enough.
Sure. Is he with us at this time, or is he in the kitchen?
No,
Is he
there was
snacking?
food brought out to the tables.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I assume we were all at the table at some point.
Gotcha. I'm gonna file, but I'm gonna kind of go next to him.
Yeah. Okay.
And right before we leave,
I
I'll
got my
take
hood
one
up.
more thing of mead
Okay.
for the
As
road.
Well. Wow.
Okay.
Mead for the road. Road mead.
Is there anyone else in this courtyard besides the 6 of us servants and the construct?
No. Whenever you're done with the servants, they leave the room.
Okay, so then just us and the
Yeah.
construct.
Well, before we go out, I'll go clang, clang. I guess.
And the servants come out.
Is there anyone in this house who could give us any more information on these new rules on the race tomorrow, besides Zabora? Can you bring us to them if they are here?
One of them bows his head and waves his hand and begins walking up the stairs.
I'll follow him then.
All right. Are the rest of you following suit, or?
I got my mead. I'm walking out.
All right.
I can catch
I
you
am
up.
asking a servant who watches it when we go. Take care then.
All right.
Alright.
Okay. So who is going to the satin red, and who is?
Satin red.
Satin red.
Satin red.
I'm assuming.
So everyone but you.
I'm going
He's
satin
fine.
red, yeah.
Okay.
I can
Raise
catch
your
up.
hand if you're going to the satin red.
Everyone but me.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
I'm
we'll do
trailing you.
first.
Either one.
So you are led upstairs to the second story, actually, until you are finally brought to a larger room. You pass by one room, and on the inside, yeah, actually, 18 passive perception.
Oh no! Secrets are no fun unless you share with everyone.
Crank his mic.
What do you think he's saying?
Oh,
Probably
we're not
something
supposed to
mean.
know.
I think he
see.
probably found like a pornography stash
Uh-oh.
that was just like sitting somewhere.
Definitely is.
Well, if
Some,
it's
like,
if it's a
Some elven pornography.
if it's a you know child pornography, we know who to give it to.
Oh,
Is it
well,
one?
Yeah, I bet you guys would have a hoot of a time.
I get it.
Hey, DM, is it too late for me to just back out of this?
It's not too late. You can
You're
quit.
stuck with the shit show that is your party.
All right, wait, you're stuck.
No, I know enough.
You are continually led down the hallway until you are finally brought to a door all the way on the left, right next to a window looking out on the city. You watch as the servant knocks, and the and the door opens up, and you see the familiar sharp eyes of Ivana.
And what do you want?
I asked the servant if I could learn any more information on these rules tomorrow, and he brought me here. So, is there anything that you can tell me about them?
The eyes dart to the servant, and her head juts up, and the servant takes a very deep bow, begins walking away. Come in.
Thank you.
You are brought into what seems to be a small parlor room. It's very, very nice. It just has a large window outlooking the city, and it looks very comfortable to lie in. Doesn't seem to have a lot of books in it, but it just seems to be a lounging sort of room. You watch as she reclines back into a large lounging chair, like the medieval kind of, or a couch that you basically just lay on. And she lays down and then motions for you to have a seat as well.
My husband has told me not to reveal all information, but I could answer some things for you.
All right. Is there anything about these rules that you can tell us? Will they affect us in any way? Do we need to plan around them?
It is my understanding that some people did not think that the race would be interesting enough. So, the coalition has decided to implement some things to hinder people. I'm not sure what they are, but I know that there are some natural effects that might be happening that are not akin to our regions in Quinn. I know no particulars.
Who were the groups who thought it wouldn't be interesting enough?
Well, I don't know that. I apologize.
All right.
I would suspect the Crotish, though.
Is there anything else besides these rules that are out of the ordinary before the race starts, or is that the
Well, to
only
be
thing?
completely honest, the rules were kind of shit for this. It's almost like everyone just got together right away and said, let's race some constructs across the continent. Men never think. So I would be wary of some of the constructs. Some of them might have tricks up their sleeve. There were no rules implemented on how you could make them. I do know one thing, though, that will be very helpful for you. I've heard that everyone will be wearing a collar before they leave. I'm not sure what it does, but the coalition has said it will help people from cheating.
How can you cheat in this race? Through teleportation?
Yes, I believe
I'm
that is
assuming?
what it is.
All right. I mean, besides that, the rules are very lax from what I can tell. Like, there's no rules for the constructs. It's just race across the continent, so it's just depends on what they
It is.
make up tomorrow.
But I would be very careful, because it is also a good time for people to eliminate the competition. I would think of it this way. You will be winning diplomatic immunity, which also means that all of your past crimes will be forgotten. Which means perhaps some of the people that will be joining these other teams are looking to be relieved of those past crimes. I know not everyone that has been hired is a good person, and many are looking for a way out as an attempt for desperation. And you know what desperation can do to a man.
Yes. Would any crimes committed during the race also be forgiven? Or
Yes.
no, they would still be?
And also, who is to look at the dead man on the side of the road and know what killed him? No justice comes to a man in a ditch.
This seems to be a recipe for disaster. I don't think good will come from it.
It is, but chaos can make one rich. Very rich.
That's what a lot of people want from this, it seems.
You all will be awarded. Very handsome. And who knows? If you do not succeed, I would not come to Cinder anymore.
It's good to know.
I am saying that for your sake. Our family can be very fiery.
Well, I will do my best to win the race. So,
Of course.
thank you for this information. It will definitely help us.
Now, please, I have some reading to catch up.
All right, I'll leave you alone then,
Thank you.
and I'll head out.
All right. You five.
The rest of the boys.
You surreptitiously and methodically make your way to the Satin Red, using the help of Crush's very thought-out plan in order to avoid any Gwynthanian people.
It's not the worst plan.
Yeah.
Why are we hiding?
We're not hiding. We're just kind of moving at a leisurely pace.
I think we're hiding.
Roll for stealth.
Stealthy.
Yeah, roll. All of you make a stealth check.
Yes.
You're not exactly hiding in the shadows, but you are trying to stealth from a particular group.
Natural 20.
Oh my god.
What is with you?
Natural
Beginner's
one.
luck.
Roofs.
How do you use a
Natural one.
Okay.
Opposite ends of the spectrum there.
Oh,
I got
right.
6.
That's disadvantage.
Okay.
The 2 we don't.
There's a 9 from me.
Four.
Which would be a 29. Anyway.
29.
I don't know where we're
29
So
total.
so
We are not
so
stealth
29,
29.
One of the most
7,
natural kind.
6.
6,
Can I give him some of
4,
mine?
9.
9. You guys attempt to hide away from the Gwynthanians, but
Why are we being
People-
sneaky?
you're not really trying to be sneaky. It's more of you're trying to like blend into the crowd and such to get away from, make sure you don't attract any eyes from the Gwynthanians.
And as we're doing that, I accidentally bump into a woman and pretty much spill my entire mead to go on her.
You watch as she's adorned in a very fine dress, the kind that is very frilly and just comes up past here with only 2 strips coming up and down there.
Ooh la la.
Kind of like Marjorie Tyrell kind of deal.
Yeah.
And as she does, she why? Do you know how much this cost me?
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
To save his ass, I'm gonna walk past her and be like, "Madam, what perfume is that? It smells fantastic."
It's mead.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Ooh yeah. Save me by flirting.
All right. That would be a 26.
Woo! A twinkle in his eye.
She immediately looks up. She seems like flustered, confused between anger and now kind of like delight of this oddly charming man now in front of her. Thank you, sir, but I'm afraid it's been spoiled by decent wine. Wine?
And then I say, "That's what I'm smelling. It's the wine. A much what should I say? Like a fantastic addition to the whole. What's the word I'm looking for? Entourage. That's entourage. Entourage.
Make a charisma check.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
a
just trying to
charisma
get him
check.
out of there.
You mean like aroma?
Get you out of those wet clothes.
Too old. For it.
She's not
Okay,
into
that
furries.
is. I don't know which one that is.
Was that? That's so 6 plus.
Oh, so a 10.
So 10?
Mm-hmm.
Fine. But I don't want to see you anymore. And she haughtily scoffs off and walks away.
Bye.
Gotcha. Okay. So the dots of the eye.
And you guys eventually make your way in front of the Satin Red.
I'll turn to Trail, and I'll say, "Thank you."
Well, I figured if we're going to be on the same team, perhaps we shouldn't be mortal enemies.
Tough but fair.
So, you guys make your way into the Satin Red, now more rambunctious than before.
It's a
It is
club.
kind of on the brink-ish of like where the nobles live and where the commoners live, as there's not a stark difference. Middle-class society, if you will. As you make your way in, it has gotten a bit more rambunctious, and you see a lot of adventurers likes in here. You see various different races. Even at one point, you swear you see a very scaly-looking individual with emerald emerald scales adorned with tiny diamonds here and there across their actual body, running around in full plate, adorned with a symbol of a sun on their chest. You see several various walks of life, elves, dwarves, all kinds sitting here. It seems to be...
It's like the United Union in here.
Yeah, it's a bunch of adventure likes. So you're in the satin red. In the back corner, you do see a large coalition, if you will, of wizards.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and make my way towards the bar, the bartender lady that
Alright.
we had previously seen.
Of course.
Walk up to her and say, ask for 4 little cups of mead.
Of course. Would you only like 4?
Okay, you got me.
Where do you go with that kind of a green light?
Don't even need any more persuasion than that. I'll be right with you.
And she goes to the back and she snaps her fingers, and you watch as people immediately make their way out as well. And you see trays being brought over. You see food, but mostly drink being brought to all the tables around. It's starting to get very lively, even a little bit rambunctious.
I found
Eventually,
next to
you are
Murad.
brought 6 different
Putting it out there.
steins, very large, tall lagers, and put in front of you.
Here you are.
Thank
I
you.
believe that will be 6 silver.
I believe Zabora will be picking up these. Thank you very much. And I grab all 6 of them and walk off.
And before you do, she slams her hand on the table and looks at you. Do you stop?
How serious does she seem?
She seems fairly serious.
Intimidation.
Okay, I'll stop.
6 silver.
I'll
friend.
pull out 6 silver while he's got his hands full, and I'll put 6 on the table.
He is covering your rooming. He is not covering the drinks you take from my establishment.
She pulls him up.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your nights.
Thought she was nicer the first time I met her.
Trying to run a business, man. So, yeah.
Yep, so
I'd head immediately to the wizards when I got in there.
You head immediately to her?
Yep.
For you, my friend?
No, to the wizards.
Oh, to the wizards? Yeah.
I then also make my way, after handing 1 cup to Crash, make my way towards the wizards as well.
Alright.
And meet my friend.
Are you two doing anything else while you're in here?
I want to see if there's like a large wooden post somewhere in the middle, and I kind of just lean against it, keeping within earshot of the conversations.
Got it.
Hood is still up.
I'm gonna
Intimidating.
slyly pop my head, kind of, so he can like just sees me coming. he's looking all cool. I'm just like, hello. And I'm just gonna start chatting him up a little bit, cause I have questions. Where are you from exactly?
Well, my family is from the Plundering Hills. Recently, we've had some hard times, though. So, here I am looking for money.
Interesting. Tell me, is it a good story?
It's not one I prefer to tell.
Is it one that you could create a happy ending for?
I believe there's no happy endings anymore.
Interesting. Is that why you have the braid? I saw it.
I was afraid of anyone seeing this. I pull it out real quick, just having it in my hand, kind of still by my pocket. I take a stroke of it, and then I put it back in my pocket. Seeming to be somewhat depressed at the sight of it, I say that there's multiple reasons why I've had to leave.
I'm gonna pull up my little ball of yarn, kind of flash it, and I'm gonna say, we all have our stories without endings. Put it back in my pocket and walk away.
All right.
And I'm
Game of
confused as
Thrones
hell.
So I hear you're the people to talk about the rule changes.
You watch this all kind of They're always just kind of sitting there talking to each other. Immediately you hear from like creaking chairs on, and you see various different shades of faces: old men, young men, brown hair, black hair, blue eyes, brown eyes. They all kind of just like the immediate ones in front of you that could hear you, just kind of turn around.
Hello, friends. Mead?
They all have very confused looks on their faces.
I'll hold my meat up as well.
One of them, a young-looking man with slicked hair to the side and a pencil-thin mustache and goatee, kind of.
Yes, sure.
Come, have a
friendly
seat.
fellow. Thank you. And I hand him two of my cups of mead, keeping the last 3 for myself, and begin to drink.
All right.
So,
What brings you to our table?
we were informed that you, lovely fellows, were the people that we needed to speak to gain a little more information as to some of the newer rules.
Well, my friend, you would know that colluding and attempting to bribe members of the International Coalition of Wizardry is fairly against the rules.
He takes a sip of his drink.
Can I start working my way over?
Finding out the rules is against the rules.
Well, we are not revealing them until tomorrow, so people have more of a surprise and cannot prepare.
But if you're not revealing the rules, how would we know that we'd be breaking them?
No, I'm talking about trying to bribe. What?
Solid logic there. Would you like more mead?
Well, it depends. Is it an extension of thanks and camaraderie, or is it an attempt at bribing?
Merely 2 wizards sharing a drink together before the festivities.
3 wizards.
3 wizards.
He looks at you very odd. Do you have a weapon on? Yeah.
No, yeah, my spell book.
He kind of looks at you.
Bars.
Is he? Like you, I can understand.
Yes, he's capable.
Actually,
It was to my surprise as well.
I would happily like to drink with you.
quick question: did we
Amazing.
drop off our weapons and stuff back at the place?
That's
or-
for you to decide.
Do you still have your like 6 weapons?
You know, people are
I'm
armed.
walking into this bar with a great axe.
Yeah, people are armed in here, not with like their full ensemble. People are carrying around their long swords and things that they can carry around fairly
There's
easily.
spell books.
You feel like a great axe would be a stretch, but a great axe and javelins is like you're going to murder someone in here.
I'm gonna assume I left my stuff at the
Okay.
place.
I'm gonna pass by Torbal and whisper in his ear, find out if he has a spell book. Or sorry, a rule book.
So, what brings you here? You are a wizard.
Yes.
Did you belong to the Crotish kingdom?
Yes.
No.
No.
A dwarf not from Crote. Xantia, perhaps.
That sounds about right. I think that's what it is.
Make a
I'm a
deception.
few drinks in.
I think I'm
Can
from
I-
there.
Can I have used a fervor point to do, what is it, divine benefit?
Is that a reaction?
It's an action. I was, yeah.
That was in the moment.
10.
10? Surprisingly, he seems to have had a few drinks and doesn't seem to make any visible connection with that.
So, please tell me, if you are from Xantia, perhaps I could parlay some information for information that you might provide for me.
I think that's a fair trade.
He leans in real close to you. And you kind of feel like the stench of alcohol coming from his mouth. Smells like home. Says,
Tell me, are you from Petra?
Yes.
make a deception check.
Six?
How much has this man been drinking?
Not that much.
You got a 5.
Oh my.
Oh no!
But it's gonna get even more interesting.
Well then, if you are, the coalition has been looking for the secrets within there. You know how the people there are, and they're not very easy to come into contact with. We've heard of them working, rumors of a project. We would like to know more. I can assure you there would be even more for you if you were a continued agent of ours than just merely information on the Golathia.
Divine benefit.
Okay. So, would you like to tell him what that does?
So, any of you within 30 feet of me for a minute, you can use an advantage on a single ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Within the next minute?
Yep.
All right, let's be quick.
So thinking quickly, with my previous studies, spending 265 years as a wizard, and reading on all sorts of things, would I know anything about this place that he's asking me
Yeah,
about?
make a history check.
Okay. And
With
the
advantage?
rumors that he's,
He can make it with advantage.
but I can only use it on one thing.
Yes,
Yes.
within the next
Within the
minute.
next minute.
I'm gonna save it.
Think quick.
And you said history,
Yes.
so
Pretty good.
21.
21. You would know of Petra. It's perhaps within Quinn, which is ironic as Croat was known to be like a dwarven kingdom. Petra is the southernmost city in the Xantian Empire. It actually bleeds into Sheer from how far south it is, and it's thought to be in the Arctic, basically. It's an old dwarven city that's apparently hidden away, and no one knows of its secrets, but people, it's been thought that the reason Xantia has been able to be such a powerhouse technologically and develop insane warfare weapons to protect themselves is because of Petra and the ingenuity there. So it's like a secret dwarven city.
Gotcha. So being dwarvish, potentially having connections, do I know what rumors he might be speaking of?
You have no idea.
No idea. Okay. So, refresh me on what he said.
He
Sum
basically
it up.
He said, "What's going on in Petra?"
What? That's
he basically said if you turned double agent for him, they would make it worth your while. Is essentially the gist.
okay.
So make some shit up.
Yes. I believe I can help you out with these rumors. However, how do I know that you can provide me with what I want as well? Is there some sort of official book or of sorts that you can lay out for me to at least see, know that you're serious before I betray my own kind?
You do notice at this point, the other people that were around him are now kind of around you two. Not so much as an intimidation factor, but to block out others from the conversation.
They're all
Correct.
That's good. They're letting us have our private conversation.
Make a persuasion check.
Go for it.
I think I might use his
Okay, yeah. Let's roll with advantage then.
No, you always roll twice. You never know when you roll better.
Yeah. Okay, so 14.
14 total. So,
I believe so. We're not going to get into the particulars here. You participating in the Golathion?
That I am.
Afterwards, once you survive, and if you don't, I would advise running away. Find us. Find us in Xantia. Come within the city and make your way towards the blue house on the hill. People will know of it.
Okay.
Once we are there, we will speak further on this. Until then,
he reaches into his robes and pulls out a sheet of paper and hands it to you.
a token of gratitude.
Thank
But you
good
didn't get
sir.
it from me.
Of course not.
I'm going to lean in real close to him with like my beak to his nose.
You are outside of the circle.
Oh, did they like push me
Yeah.
out.
Oh, what about me?
No, you two. No, it's like really tight. It's like it just looks like they just joined in on your conversation, but to you inside the circle, it's very clear that they're just blocking everyone else out.
Okay.
They're talking very low.
Okay.
Well then,
Thank you, sir.
good night, friend. Drink heartily.
Cheers.
Was
You
that
do
the
same?
Was that the rule book he gave you?
He just gave him a piece of paper.
Just a piece of paper. Okay.
All right, and they all
You-
go
you
back and sit at
probably
their
wouldn't
regular
have
spots
been
and
able to see that.
Yeah.
speak in low, hushed voices at this corner of the tavern.
Awesome. I pocket the piece of paper. Just kind of wait. Turn to my companions. I believe I have what I need. What we need.
Can we take a look at it?
Not near.
I would not advise pulling it out in here.
At
Let's
this
head
point,
back.
you would have come in.
I'm here now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll.
Finn.
Do I see him in the corner?
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys.
Hi,
I'll
guys.
walk. I'll walk over to them. So, how are things here?
Think they went well? As long
Ready
as
to
we
head
make
back.
it back?
Think they went well.
Sure. We can head back already if you're ready.
Are
Did
you ready?
you learn anything with your investigation
Let's
at
head
home?
back.
That's a great point. Let us do that first.
We head back.
All right. So you guys begin making your way back to the building easily enough. You guys get there fairly
Bribery.
simply.
Theft.
Are you guys trying to hide from
Deception.
Gwent people again?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and make another stealth check.
Oh, I'm a legend. I'm an absolute ledge.
Do I have to make one too?
Yeah. Everyone.
Alright.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to hide from.
Natural 1.
That
So it
dice.
doesn't matter.
That
Really
dice-
good or really bad?
Name your dice the quarter.
The what?
The
Name it the
reasoning
quarter.
for
quarter?
hiding.
So it only rolls 1s and 20s.
50-50.
22.
22. Okay.
24.
So with
Stealth
with the
bird.
natural 1, it's technically still a 10 for me
oh my god. Okay.
because I have a +9.
17.
All right.
7.
7.
9.
9.
Half good, half bad.
You guys are pretty decently stealthy.
Don't bump into anyone this time. Just
Not
kinda
really. You don't make any flops this time.
super casual.
It's fairly easier to hide as you're not really once again hiding. You're kind of just blending with the crowd to avoid Gwynth people.
How drunk are we at this point?
Not too drunk. I haven't really rolled for him because he's a dwarf. So, but yeah, not too drunk yet.
But
you
just
guys-
like a happy drunk.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. You guys eventually make your way back to the manor. The sounds of clamorous exuberation begin to diminish as you make your way into the manor and are faded away with the sort of cold night air and yeah.
Open my mouth.
You watch this. You once again miraculously watch this bird creature open his mouth and make the exact sound of a clap. Servants make their way out and greet you once more.
To our rooms, please.
They all then bow and begin heading up the stairs. They eventually make their way to the highest point in this entire staircase, and they lead you to the east wing of this building. There you come across kind of a familiar sight to you all. It kind of more or less looks like an inn strip where you see several doors that they then all go to at the same time. They walk in a set of 3 on the left, 3 on the right. The first one, as they begin walking, the last one stops on one of the doors and then stops again, then stops again, and then stops again, and then stops again, all facing forward until when they all get into position, they all immediately at the same turn and face each other. Put this at the same time as well. Put the hand on the handle and open the doors for each of you, and stand ready at the doors.
All 6 of us go into the same room.
Do you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you all do, and the servants from in the back areas kind of go, like looks over this, and you all make your way into one room. It's not too cramped, but you feel like only like a maximum of 2 people could very comfortably live here. But you all could probably comfortably live in here. You see just a large bed, for each of you, like a super king size, I guess would be the term for it. Banisters around and silken draperies around the actual frames of the bed. You see cabinets here and there, places to put belongings, as well as lanterns lit. In the corner as well, you see a small chamber pot. Yeah.
Can I wait to hear for when like I hear like just all the noises in the mansion stop and like I can tell like the household is like officially shut down for the night.
Okay. Are you all waiting in this room then? Is anyone doing anything else before they go to bed?
Well, I was gonna immediately ask like, what's in the. So what did you guys find out?
What did you find out?
Well, I found out a few things. Apparently, some people thought the race would be boring, so the coalition implemented some sort of traps or things to halt or hinder our progress. There's not many specifics.
Isn't that what the other people are for?
Well, in addition to the other people, they've set traps in the terrain that isn't natural for the region or something like that.
I can get around that.
That's good.
All right. Anything else?
Well, as you know, you can get diplomatic immunity from this, and that includes past crimes and crimes during the race, so people try to do anything to win. If they're a criminal, will clean their record. So keep an eye out for people like that.
Good to know.
What did you find out?
Drank with some wizards and got a piece of paper. And I pulled it out of my pocket, unfold it, and began to read aloud but quietly.
All right. You watch as the paper opens up with, "To all employed under the great and honorable proceeding of Protostrator Manuel, all members of the International Coalition of Wizardry presiding over the Golatheon of Quinn shall hereby adhere to the following new terms. A section of 3 must continually follow every party persisting through the Golatheon. These groups will not make direct contact, but instead maintain healthy distance with the use of scrying orbs. Your goal is to overall hinder, backtrack, and make hard the travel for every companion. You may use any of the following at your disposal. Dismantling weather and nature in order to create difficult terrain or and other uneasy ways, such as rain, sleet, hail, or sandstorms. Creatures summoned in order to hunt down the party and throw them off their track are also welcome. For those mechanically minded, taking control of the constructs they carry and leading them in the opposite direction. And finally, use of illusions and various machinations in order to lead them down false pathways or enchant them to sit in areas that are not really there. These must be followed out appropriately. Any inappropriately managed will be excommunicated. Signed, Protostrator Manuel. And it's written in an elegant cursive script.
I'd just like to put it out there. I would not be against killing the 3 that are following us immediately and then going on our way.
Yeah. Seems easiest.
If we do that, we should make sure there's no other teams nearby, or that no one would know. So,
Would we have to necessarily kill them, or could we not just incapacitate them?
We could.
But
We
then
could
there'd be
kill them.
witnesses.
if they make direct contact with us, that means they failed.
And they get excommunicated.
Is that a crime worse than death?
Mr. Wizard.
It's not favorable. I know that for sure.
It would basically be, hey, you're fired from our organization. also everyone else in the world that would maybe employ you for wizarding work would see that and go, oh, we're not going to hire you.
Well, perhaps we force them to make direct contact with us, and then we leverage that in our favor.
Also, you would also recognize the signature of the man, Protostrator Manuel. You would know him to be the, what was it? Yeah, Magister, the Magister Arcanum for the Xantian Empire as well. And he is known for his ruthlessness and his strictness and overall being incredibly dickish.
Biggish, dickish.
Ruthless dick.
Yeah, he is most he is
Concise
most known for basically historically during the War of Unseen Victory for pushing the Wavarians from the Glumworth River all the way to the Vlamandrul. He conquered like easily a lot of land, an entire region of land.
I believe the plan to make contact, but not immediately kill, our 3 wizard comrades. It's a good idea.
Perhaps
If we do decide we need to kill them, we may have to.
Perhaps
Well,
if we have them make
You also
contact with
recall
us.
the note reading that you would be seen under the effects of a scrying orb,
Oh yeah, what is that?
meaning they would be a very healthy distance away at an area you would have no idea where, being able to watch you.
Guys, my
Until
stealth is
they need
+9,
to get
that shouldn't
closer.
be an issue.
It's like you're
What?
looking at
Until they need to get closer.
I guess they would be watching us through the scrying orb. And
Can
know
they-
that
But is
we
it
are
only
watching
one-
from
them
there.
back.
Is it only one orb though? Because if there's only one orb and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, well, I think I think you can see what I'm edging towards here.
Nope.
Okay, there's only one orb, so it can only follow one person at a time. So if one of us happened to sneak away,
But where would we try to find them? How can they cast spells through this orb? Otherwise, they'd be near us.
Something goes.
do you know anything about this orb?
Yeah, would I know?
Make an Arcana check.
All right.
Hey, when you got a wizard in the party.
Oh man. Well,
I guess
11.
11?
Please.
You know the spell scrying. You know you can't do anything besides look through it at people.
They would really only be able to watch us. I don't believe they would have the capabilities to cast spells, at least not directly on us. I don't know how they might plan to control weather and things around us if they aren't within some sort of close proximity.
I feel we could set a trap of some sort, because that way we could set it and continue walking, and if they are maintaining a healthy distance, they will come upon it after we have left.
If
They
something
would
goes
probably
wrong,
be watching us while we set the trap.
if something goes wrong, then we look around and find one.
Kill them.
Do you have any advice on how to quickly take out a wizard?
An orb, perhaps?
Definitely kill them.
Do I know any way to maybe, like, you know,
Neutralize
keep them from seeing us while looking at us necessarily through the orb? I mean, I don't.
Like a cloaking spell or something? An invisibility cloak,
I mean,
perhaps?
I got darkness.
You
all
know
the
there
time.
are ways to counteract scrying. Specifically certain spells that will do it. There is a spell that you would know by the name of non-detection.
Okay.
That would allow one person able to not be detected by magical means. And then you know there is a very, very, very higher level spell by the name of anti-magic field that would completely negate it. But you've read about that in books that are way above your caliber.
So, it is possible to keep ourselves hidden from one of these orbs. However, one spell is very far out of my reach, and the other is one that I have not entered into my spell book, nor do I know very much about. Both have been things I've only read about and thought on.
Perhaps we could find someone along the way who might know.
Perhaps, but it would be a stretch, particularly considering many wizards will probably be aiding the wizards that we seek to incapacitate.
A
If-
tricky situation.
If we do anything, we need to pretend like we didn't know about it beforehand, and we just think that they're a threat or a different team or something. But I don't think we'll encounter them personally without any way to stop them from seeing us.
Agreed.
Could you perhaps use the same methods they would use to slow us down to slow them down?
Potentially. However, we don't know where they are, and they know exactly where we will be, and they will be watching us for sure, especially if we stay in a group, as we probably should.
Okay, last question. Is there any way you can sense which direction a spell comes from?
I don't believe so without any visual cues,
Not really.
so no.
How do we know for certain that they're not watching us right now?
They very well might be, however, considering the amount of people we saw partaking in all the festivities, I think they're not on the job yet. But
And they're
we
pretty
can't
drunk.
be for certain.
And they're pretty drunk,
Exactly.
so
I'd imagine it to be a waste of resources.
Well, in any sense, I would hope they have their guards up tomorrow.
I think at best what we can take away from this is that we know certain things will be illusions. They will be trying to steer us down the wrong path, and that is something we should keep in mind when making choices tomorrow. And we know the weather won't be in our favor, especially when things are going well. If our companion that we are escorting begins acting awry, probably know why. We won't panic as other teams might. This is at least good information to have. Regardless of trying to incapacitate them, that might slow us down from the actual race, and we won't win in the first place, which is the main concern. We may want to take the knowledge we've been given and simply work with that, rather than eliminating the entire problem, solely because then we won't win, which is the whole point of this race in the first place, all of us for our own reasons. So, while we might have to deal with significant issues that we weren't going to deal with before, we will know about them in advance. Other teams will not.
In that way, I suppose we already have an advantage.
Yes. I don't know if it would be necessary to spend time hunting them down.
So let's figure out how to stop them, or stop what they do.
Exactly.
I think Fowler's team knows about it
That
because
is true.
we were told that we could ask him,
That is
Or-
true.
just investigate what was going on with him. So some other teams will know some, if not all, of this knowledge.
And that might mean we need to locate said teams, particularly the Gwent, since those are the ones we know about. And it's been made clear that killing will be involved, and incapacitating other teams will be involved. If
Oh.
we take out the teams that have the same knowledge as us, that might help us in some way. However, as is before, we may not want to stray too far from our course. But if we follow the same courses then, and take them out along the way, it wouldn't be terrible.
I also
If we feel up to it.
That's true. I also forgot to mention, we will all be given collars for the race tomorrow, and that will most likely try to prevent you from cheating by teleportation or something else. It may also, that might be how they use some of their spells. I don't know.
Removing the collars probably counts as cheating.
We'll find out tomorrow. Well, I think we should all get some rest for the race tomorrow. If someone else has anything else they want to do.
Bro, are you interested in perhaps finding a basement?
Let's go.
All right.
A few more glasses of mead.
Of course.
All right. So you two begin to drink. You two are going on an adventure.
Where are you two going?
Basement.
Oh no! Okay.
Does curiosity kill the cat?
It might. Very well might. And what are you two doing anything?
Just
Anyone wish to join us?
I'd rather not.
Drink for me.
I don't recommend going in the basement. You were told explicitly not to. Probably won't go well.
Well, if you want to wait 10 minutes, I can figure out how well it'll go.
I
Okay.
shall be in my quarters if you guys need me.
I start
will.
the
Have a good night,
augury
boy
ritual.
friend.
All right. Go ahead and start the augury ritual. Let me remind myself. All right.
If you didn't say anything, but fine.
All right. So, what specific god do you worship as well?
I worship the freedom of man's choices.
Okay. No specific
Nope.
god or goddess. All right. No Wayne, no Siren. All right.
Lee Bear?
We love the. Wait. Wrong
That's a
lore.
joke no one will get.
Wrong lore.
I'll laugh anyway.
So, as you sit down and you begin
Thank
to pull on the ideas of freedom and justice and all of the tenets that come with
I
it.
pull out a. You might have seen it during casting other spells earlier. A faint light shining under my chainmail. I pull out more chain, but thicker than the rest, and it is broken at the ends, and it's just loosely tied around as a scarf, essentially. And that's my holy symbol.
All right. So as you tap into that power,
It's like a Joker.
you are granted back with a single voice, strong and resolute in your mind, and you hear, "Weal and woe."
Could be good, could be bad. Let's go.
Okay.
Never seen that spell used before. So you guys begin heading out. Oh boy. All right.
Sleep finds us.
So how are you guys doing this?
Okay. I have an idea.
Sir,
What if we called one of the servants and I asked them what was the little kid's name? Sensi?
Ceci.
Ceci. We asked to find Ceci because she has a coin of mine, and I wish to get it back.
all right.
Do you think that would be a wise decision?
I mean, what's the next step after that?
I tell Ceci that one of my friends has accidentally found himself locked in the basement, and I need to find him.
This should be entertaining. Let's go.
Okay, if you're down with it, then I am too.
Oh god.
All right.
And
So
we
you
never
guys
got to
can-
the race.
You clap
'Cause
for
we
servants.
For a one servant, or should I find them instead? What do you
Just
think?
do that
Do
instead
you
just
think
for one.
Is this one? Is this one servant?
No, you clap your hands.
Finger clap.
And you notice you
Half
aren't
clap.
immediately answered.
Must be too late.
There is a bit until eventually you do start to hear footsteps. There it is. As you hear footsteps, but different footsteps at this point. You hear tap, 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 tap coming up from the steps. And finally, around the corner, you see a man actually come over. Looks very old. Much like the age of the uncle that you had seen before, but standing up straight and walking relatively confidently. As he does, you see his hair white or black that fades into white at the tips as it's pulled off into a tight ponytail behind his head. You see him adorned in a red vest with imprints of fleur-de-lis entrancing all of it. and almost and kind of dripping fleur-de-lis in a way. It's very off-putting. Instead of being laced and etched with gold on the embroidery, it's instead blackish-looking leather of some kind. The pants as well come down to a red and black sort of striped version of itself, but in also that fleur-de-lis pattern. As he makes his way walking forward with very stern bluish eyes, you get a better look at his face as well. You see several scar markings adorning his neck and his face, as well as you can't tell any other piece of his body. But you do notice the left side of his face, particularly around the cheek area and jetting up to his hair where it is also scarred away, as you see what seems to be burn marks of flesh that has since been grown taut from recovering from burns. Very, very stringent burns. As he makes his way down, he comes right up to both of you.
Did you call for my servants?
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize, but they are elsewhere now. But I will send for them to earliest convenience.
Perhaps you could help us.
Of course. I believe that you are my son's guest.
What is your name?
I am Branimir Slawakov. It was through my rebellion that this place came into being. You will do well to remember that name.
Then could you say it again, please?
Branimir.
Branimir.
Branimir Slawakov.
Branimir Slavakov. Can you write that down, please, since you have a pencil? All right. Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez.
Well, nice to meet you. My name is Trail. This is Brom, and we have a little bit of an issue, and we were hoping that maybe someone could help us resolve it.
Well, you speak to the head of the house.
And I don't want to trouble you so much, as it's very late, and I'm well aware of that. But unfortunately,
You are already troubling me.
well, then I'll make it quick. The little girl Ceci, yes, I believe, sweet girl. Unfortunately, I think she might have something that belongs to me, and I cannot go to sleep without it.
You mean to talk to my granddaughter?
Well, yes, that'd be great.
Very well. She could like an entertainer such as yourself. Follow me.
He turns around.
This is going better than expected.
And he turns around, and as he does,
It's going way worse than expected.
That means that's the low. We're gonna get the good stuff later.
and he turns around and looks over his shoulder and does this. And the first thing you notice is his hands are behind him. His left hand is out in the open, and you can see it, but his right hand is covered in a black glove as he lurches you on.
Found Michael Jackson.
He's alive.
He's wearing red leather.
His face is taut like his too.
And he begins making its way down the steps. You hear him whistle very loudly, and you watch as one servant comes out to greet him.
Where is my granddaughter?
And you see the man puts up 2 fingers and does this motion.
Very well. Would you go fetch her for me? I believe this one has a item that once belonged to him.
And the servant gives a very, very deep bow and walks away.
So, you are holding our family's name in honor for the Galathion.
Yes.
Indeed.
An honor to do so as well, might I say.
Very much so. I see a dwarf travels with you.
Oh, yes. Well, what are you going to do?
Well,
I'm trying to appease him.
I will say, whatever my son has told you would come to you should you finish this in our family's name. It will be done so. We will make sure that you're rewarded handsomely. But I warn you, If you do not uphold our family's name, I will besmirch it from our histories. Is that clear?
Yes.
Sure.
Good. I don't doubt, my son. What I've heard, you're among some of the best in the land.
Oh, so you've heard of us?
I have.
Impressed?
There's seldom I don't hear. At this point, you watch as Ceci makes her way down the steps, kind of hopping from one step to the next. A happy transition from the sternness that has followed you since you've met this man. You see the servant following suit of her. Hello, grandfather. Hello, Ceci. This man says that he has something that once belonged to him. Do you have it? Yes, but I thought it was a gift.
I think I can take it from here. I don't wish to keep you up any longer.
Oh.
No, not to Ceci. Sorry, to the old
Branimir?
guy. Yeah.
Well then, make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Get out of here. I want to hang out with your daughter.
There's a servant.
Granddaughter.
There's a servant here.
You should have us.
Yes,
All
but
right.
he is Branimir Slavokov.
All right.
He's the most powerful man in the city.
All right, that is a 21.
There we go.
Well then. Good day.
It has been an honor
Good.
meeting you, sir.
Oh. And, ask your dwarf friend. If he does not hold allegiance to his people, I would be more than welcome to take him in. Not for the means of enjoying his presence, but as a means to get a hold on Count Roland
Oh.
and his intentions. They've gone dark. Quote. Good night.
Good night.
And he makes its way into the ballroom and turns a corner.
Is the servant still around?
Yeah, the servant is still around. You watch as the servant, as he leaves, the servant goes from a very militaristic, just up position to, and relaxes.
It's the boys and the girls.
Could you get me a drink?
And makes his way into the ballroom.
No, it's just the boys and the girl.
Ceci,
Yeah.
you remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Ceci, I had to ask you a question.
Okay.
That coin, you can keep it, but on one condition.
All right.
One of my friends has got it himself lost in the basement, and we are desperately
Her
trying
eyes
to
go
find him.
wide.
From what I've heard, he could be in grave danger. Do you think you could take us there quickly? I don't want to endanger anyone else.
Make a deception check.
Save the girl.
That was a
Oh, no.
good lie. I was like, there's no way you're getting in the basement. That's a good lie.
Thanks.
We'll see.
Yeah, this might not be the best. All right. Oh boy, 12.
12?
Yeah.
Little girl insight.
Children are smart.
Are you sure?
If it's too dangerous, look at me. I can handle it.
Make a persuasion check.
Is that a persuasion strength check?
Oh jeez.
One could argue that.
Oh.
Give me a strength persuasion check.
Excellent.
Oh.
Very impressionable
Ooh.
little girl.
Strength persuasion.
If it was
I've
someone
not
that was
seen that one
older,
before.
You don't
probably.
see that every day.
I mean, yeah, it's
I don't play D&D
honestly the
every day.
same.
Hey,
Yeah,
kids look
or
to
no.
a really strong
Sorry.
person. They go, oh, they can protect me from anything.
15.
15?
There's gonna be 4 of us on this trip.
I'm immediately
gonna be-
regretting this.
It is going to be 4 of
My
us.
mistake. It is 14.
What would Ceci do?
Why'd you go to the Why do you want to go to the basement?
I'm just
you
trying.
said
we
don't
can't
go.
go there.
You said it.
This is not going to turn into a Galatheon episode. It's
Brendan
gonna-
would not
all
do
my
this, but
plans,
Trail would.
all my plans are just going out. This is going to be a completely different session at this point.
Well,
It's all a red herring, I bet. There's nothing there. It's empty.
It's empty. Just a bunch of meat.
That's where we keep the furniture.
dangle a basement in front of us.
You know what?
probably where they keep the
We're
slaves.
just gonna.
You know, you can easily get us back on path.
There goes the plan.
You can easily get us
So,
back on path.
We're doing this kind of
trouble.
session now.
We still got some time. It's fine.
This is a can of worms.
You put the worms there.
Yeah, you're like, hey, there's definitely
All right.
not a can of worms over here.
All right,
You can't do
but I
that.
also. Okay.
It's got some sort
So,
of magic lock. We can't open
Anyway,
it. So it's
There
done.
you go. Yeah.
she as this happened, she goes.
The wizard unlocks it.
Could you go away, please?
And the servant kind of.
Yeah, he was already gone. He was gonna be a drink.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you sent him away.
We have a teamwork.
now the servant's gonna come back and you guys are gone, so
Ah.
he's kidnapped now.
I've got so
Okay.
much nervous energy.
I'm not supposed to bring people there. So I could
Perhaps just show us the
I
way.
could get in really big trouble if I'm found down there with you.
Just show us the way. You don't have to go.
Well, how else are you gonna get through?
How do you mean?
How do you mean?
We need to do it quickly, okay? But you can't let anyone know.
Go. Okay, sure.
All right.
I cast silence.
All right.
Could you also do
So-
you have any like things where like you could cast like a clone of you to get the drink so there's no suspicion?
You make your way
No.
Damn it.
into the
I
front.
can wait.
You make your way into the front foyer room. And as you do, you notice something that you really haven't noticed before. The staircases that lead all the way up go up, and you see a large chandelier looming there. In the front of the entire foyer, you see the crest of Ostrana inscribed in there with the words of their motto,
We do not.
sow your present, reap your future. And it sits there embroidered on cobblestone, very strict cobblestone. You cast silence.
Mhm.
Casting it right away.
Yeah.
Okay, she moves her mouth and she doesn't. She immediately comes out of the silence for a real quick second.
That's going to help a lot, actually, because they would have seen us if we did. So, when the stairs open up, you have to go right away. Okay? And I'm going to go with you. All right?
She's gonna die.
Okay. She steps back into the silence.
Another
Protect
drink?
this child at all costs.
Another drink.
She
You
does
watch
not
as
die.
as you guys are drinking in the ballroom, a servant comes up and takes a cup and begins filling up the goblet and looks at both of you.
Hail, friend.
Come, have a drink with us.
I think whatever you're gesturing at isn't as important as drinking with the most strange duo that you will ever see in this house.
You don't want to disappoint us.
And everyone's asleep.
Make
Who's
an
gonna care?
intimidation check.
With advantage because he's helping me?
Yeah.
Metagaming.
Yeah, but it's good content. So I don't care.
20! Join us for a drink.
Hey.
Is this the same servant who's getting?
Yeah.
Yes.
I,
house is
Mr.
helping
DM,
out.
Dude,
Yeah.
this
I
is
did
my
realize
first time playing
silence does not
D&D.
work
This
how I
is the
thought it
best
did.
thing ever.
This is great.
it is a 20-foot radius sphere on a point that I choose.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
that's what I thought. That's why she stepped out of it.
I thought it was just some random guy.
Okay, we're good then.
But it's going to be very helpful for what's about to happen. So, as you guys are doing that, you guys are just drinking with the servant now.
Singing, dancing.
Shaking our
She
ass.
Get him
seems to like
drunk.
keep
Get him
wanting to
drunk.
leave.
Oh, it's a she.
Yeah, she seems to just keep wanting to leave, and but she's kind of like
Nope.
half of her is kind of like, okay, I just had to deal with Branimir for the whole night, so I need the drink, and the other half you could tell is just like, I really need to get to my duties. My tongue was cut out for this. And you guys are doing that, and as you step back into the silence, you watch as Ceci kneels down and reaches under her large wireframe item and takes it off and rips it off, and you just see there's pants underneath as well. It's a wireframe thing, so it's made of wire, so she just sets it down. And underneath, you see there is a small knife attached to her calf. She immediately pulls that out and puts her palm out, stretched towards the area. She takes the knife and cuts at her hand, and you see her mutter some words that you don't know as the blood drips onto the seal of the floor.
What the fuck?
And you don't hear anything,
Little girl.
but you
blood
watch as
ritual.
the crest, one set of stones begins to lower, another set of stones begins to lower, and another, and another, and another.
Welcome to the basement.
It's like an elevator.
And she
voice.
looks towards you all with terrified eyes and ushers you
Go,
in.
go, 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 go.
Go in.
No, yes, well done. Okay. All right, we're silenced, aren't we? Yeah.
All right. And as you go down, she finally leads you to the bottom, and she looks at both of you. As you just get right out, you find yourself in this very, very dark tunnel. And you see her for a second look back and says, are we out of the silence now?
Yes.
I pretend looking around for my friend.
I'm sorry. And the shuts, and it's all dark. And we'll take a break there.
Holy
Oh
moly!
no, she's gonna
Why?
kill you.
That
Why
was
would-
so specific. Like all those events that brought us to that. Like it had to be her. I'm assuming to open that. And
Why would
That's your best bet.
Why would he mention
I
a
don't know, but-
basement if we would never actually find it?
yeah,
There's other ways to get there that are just doors.
All right.
well,
I'll
this is
accept
probably the
that.
bad
But if you're
entrance.
looking,
to get out.
if
That's
you're looking
fine.
for
I
a
can deal
friend,
with this.
she probably knows where that friend might be.
Excellent.
I think are the others
This is a
are the
trap.
servants brought
That's
down here?
It's got.
This is a trap.
There's no servants.
there's other doors to get down here.
well, yeah, but like,
You don't know if there's
gonna
any
be fun.
servants.
I
on
well,
can't-
no.
I
This
can't
what this
afford
what
to
Clay
die
is
right
thinking
now,
out of
man.
game because I don't know any of this in game.
Live for adventure.
All right.
I'm living for
You
some
think
other
there's
stuff too,
servants on
man.
that?
We will take
Yeah.
a break there,
Woo!
and we'll be back
on.
shortly. This went completely in a direction I didn't think it would.
Are you okay with it? Am I
Oh,
messing
I'm
everything
prepared
up?
for this because this is why I went back in my notes because I have stuff for this from previously in the campaign.
Whoa.
So we're not working with this anymore.
Yeah.
We're now playing Fracture.
This is backstory stuff.
Oh,
We'll see
man.
you soon in a second.
Oh boy.
So, welcome back, everyone.
Technical difficulties.
A little bit. But where we last left off, the two party individuals for this Galatheon expedition decided to make their way, letting curiosity get the best of them, or
A whole
perhaps
nother definition to the term going rogue.
had made their way into this basement. As they do, the steps opened or closed behind them without a sound thanks to the silence spell, and Ceci ran off into the distance. She continues running until she finally veers off down this corridor and into a larger opening that you are able to see, but you cannot. She veers off to the right till you can't see her anymore. And then you proceeded to cast light
Yes.
on your flail.
Yes.
As you do,
Because it's a sacred weapon.
you made a perception check,
Yes.
rolling a 23.
Yes.
All right.
Whisper.
We get a DM whisper.
There are secrets happening.
Where I'm gonna talk so none of us hear what he's saying.
So basically, what he's saying
Because
is that Trail's fucking dead. No
yeah,
matter
Trail's
what.
dead. You're uber dead.
Yeah.
You said you see
can't
into
run.
the future.
Wait, oh my
see
epic
yourself.
joke did not get on camera. Oh well.
What was your epic joke?
Go on rogue.
Oh, the going rogue. Yeah,
Mm,
that's a shame. How you guys doing?
Guess we'll never know.
I'm doing
Alright.
really well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Murog
That's
is
good.
asleep
I'm
like a
enjoying
baby.
that.
We're on drink number 10 or 11 at this point.
Might be drunk now.
With the
Also- slave.
Bite marks.
I reach
what?
down and find one, pick one up. How large are we saying here?
Seems to be a femur.
Okay.
What?
It's a bone.
You missed a femur.
Okay, and the size of the bite marks?
Very large.
Um,
Okay,
Are we-
dude. I want to peace out so hard right now.
It's fine. It's fine.
You have been across the world,
Yep.
and
I'm a
you would
fraidy cat.
assume something akin to the jaw of a ogre or something of that caliber.
That's fine.
Or a scaredy cat. Whatever you want.
That ain't shit.
Cowardly cat.
Ugh.
I'm a cat. Feline puns are the best. I'm so nervous.
You watch as he picks up and he looks at the ground, this like coarse sand that serves as the floor here.
Okay.
Out from the sand, you see a tiny, what seems to be white thing coming out. And as he pulls it out, you see a femur.
All right, yeah.
Would the sand be possibly grinded up bone?
Give me.
Ah!
Give me an investigation check.
Sure.
Give me a bone check.
This isn't good for anyone involved,
Yeah,
and
'cause-
that's a
okay,
real
that's a
problem
12.
because
That's a
Well,
12.
I'm the one who's mostly involved.
You've come across bone meal in your time.
Uh-huh.
It's not sand.
Okay.
I'm hearing Olivia. What's she saying, Jake? You got yourself into this. I know I got myself into this. I'm a producer. This is good television, god damn it. But I want to abandon the good television.
Do
So bad.
I know what could make bone become bone meal like this?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
So not all of it is
Yeah.
bone meal. Some of it,
Correct.
as you look closer,
was hoping
seems
it
to be
wasn't.
ash.
Okay.
That's
even better.
Well.
Oh, it's a dragon.
And
Maybe.
it's just scattered across. And you know, bone meal is typically made.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really any creature that like makes like bone meal by themselves as like a byproduct. It's usually made
Okay.
like physically by people.
Who the hell did we get hired by?
At this point, I'm too afraid to ask. But I'm going to also ask Mr. DM Zach Viox if I would have any insight to the situation, if any of this looks familiar from anything I've seen on my travels or anything I've heard about on my travels.
Give me a wisdom check.
A
Just
wisdom
a
check?
straight wisdom check.
Straight wisdom. Okay.
How wise is the cat?
Okay. That would be a 20.
20.
Not a natural 20, but a 20. Wait, right?
You have come across various necromantic essences in your travels, having to do with reviving the dead back to life in an undead state.
Okay.
And it first catches your glimpse, bone meal and bones, that might be associated with it, but this is something different than that, actually. Instead, it seems more alchemical in nature. As if this isn't the effects of a creature here. This is byproduct of experimentation.
Oh, okay. That's a whole nother basket of goods to unpack there. All right.
Whole another bag of goods.
Brom, any insight on the situation? This appears to be alchemical.
Yeah. So as
Alchemical.
you take into account the perception check you had before, you do start to look. Some of the bones and some of the bone meal and the other sandy textures that are in there, along with the ash, seem to be materials and have small little changes on them and stuff. They all seem like similar, but they seem to have been done by experimentation in alchemical substances.
Would the bite marks be related to this?
That is something different.
Okay. Do I see any other bigger bones that also have bite marks?
Yeah, as you pull around and you start pulling more of the bones out of the ash, you find a skull here or there. They do seem to have similar bite marks.
Can I examine the ground for tracks?
Yes.
Okay. Do
Give
I
me a
see-
survival check.
Survival?
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. Maybe
There's the quarter.
4?
4. There goes the quarter. That dice is now known as the quarter. So, you try to look around, but currently your fight or flight instance is kicking in quicker, and you can feel in your heart, in your ears, the oof,
That's funny because this is happening in real life too.
oof, and it's kind of like distracting you, and you're kind of just frantically looking around and trying to you're breathing heavily, and then you immediately are like, well, I can't breathe too heavily. Something might hear me if something's still here. So you try to like swallow your breath, and you're just focusing on too many other things to focus on tracks.
He's scatterbrained.
How many puns are we gonna have?
You could say he was looking for a trail.
This is almost cataclysmic.
It's turning into more of a catastrophe.
Oh
Got
my
himself in a
God.
hairy situation.
Okay, I'd like to die now.
The pun monster.
It's coming,
comes
whatever
out.
it is.
What do we
You
hear?
Sounds like chains scattering across.
Okay, I would like to look for a
Shame.
way out.
Forward. You have no other way but forward.
But what about up?
Shame.
You look up.
walled
Those
off?
stairs are gone.
How
Okay,
high is the
I would like to
ceiling?
also remind the kind DM that I have a grappling hook.
Keeping that in mind.
How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling is about.
noted.
The ceiling is about 15 feet high.
Okay, so I can't see the ceiling. That's good. I like that.
We have your light.
In the distance, you hear chains.
Sounds like a Minecraft zombie.
And they grow fainter.
Do we have any idea what that was?
Give me a perception check.
A
Should I do it
perception
too?
check?
Should I do it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is perception with your hearing.
16.
16. I'd say either perception check or intelligence arcana.
I'll take the perception 16.
I did 13.
13. It sounds in pain.
Okay.
You could probably kill it.
I don't like that.
James.
Anyway, while you two are down here, you two
Yes.
Oh boy.
are up drinking.
We are.
We are.
Indeed.
So, you two begin drinking, and finally the servant says, and takes the goblet and
All right,
Heads
if you
away.
must. Well, what now?
just a reminder, what are you two doing?
I'm passed out in my bed.
Okay.
I was just in my room, just making sure I'm all repaired, ready to go for tomorrow.
Unless I hear some sort of crash or something.
Does he hear any kind
Hey.
of chains?
Not where they are.
Damn it!
We're on the second floor.
You don't have any methods
Those
of
those
communication,
steps,
do you?
those steps, just so you know, the ceiling is 15 feet up,
Okay.
but the steps went down, and when you saw like the slab of rock that was between there, that slab of rock was about like 15 feet of stone as well.
Thick.
So you would assume you're about 30 feet in the ground right now.
I have 30 feet movement.
Through rock?
Straight
I got
up.
claws. I can go up. Just clawing desperately at the
With
ceiling.
our
Let me
passive
out.
perceptions, do we hear what we're hearing?
You're drunk.
And with an inebriated state?
Come on, please. Help.
Well, your highest one you have is an 8 passive perception right now, if you're inebriated, but you're not. So you have 13. You don't hear any chains.
Okay.
However, the servant makes its way back to you two.
Well, I guess I know what he means.
I don't.
No, you.
Yeah, like,
You have message.
ooh. I'm gonna point at him, and I'll do message.
Hey, there you go.
What do you want? Come back to drink?
Your friends are not within the foyer anymore. Do you know where they went?
Not what I thought you would sound like.
Is that a woman?
Oh, that's right.
I'm gonna say no. I don't know where they might have gone. We could help you look.
Hey, don't do me like this.
What
man.
did she say?
Shoot, he can't hear me anymore when
Well,
we're
he's a
talking.
she.
If I or she,
He's a
It's
she,
I
yeah.
just fucked up the voice.
she would like to know where our friends, who they told us they were exploring, right? They had asked.
We
us
told
all.
you exactly where
Okay.
we were going.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rewind the
'Cause they had
tape.
The
asked.
last thing you heard when you guys left the room was Trail go, "Hey, do you want to go check out the basement?"
I also asked them if they wanted to come.
Yeah, and
So we're
so
well aware.
Do you think they went to the basement?
Yes.
the servant kind of turns around.
No, that was to him.
We're messaging.
We're messaging.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what this is.
Yes.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is.
So you're
message.
super surreptitious.
Yeah.
All right.
They are definitely there. The question is, do we
Do
tell
we go
the
there?
servant that? And do we get her help? But the thing is, she's gonna probably go and tell the big boss. And the lady already doesn't like me.
The man doesn't like me.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But we don't know how to get to the basement. That servant might.
Do you wanna-
That servant let them out of his sight, or her sight.
So this is her fault.
Both of you, as you're having this conversation, you hear behind you, like further in the ballroom, light footsteps.
Is it a?
Yes, it's light footsteps.
It's him. It's the grandpa.
Like you hear them in the furthest area of the ballroom.
The granddad.
Grandpa, but I don't know that.
Brandon.
Brandon.
No, it's like in the ballroom with you, on the area where there is no other. There's only one way to get into the ballroom. It's the way you came in, and it's in the opposite section of the
Then
ballroom.
I turn around and look and see
Yeah.
what the fuck it is.
As you do, you see a no longer has her gown on. You see Ceci kind of just like
Hey. Oh, Ceci.
with a really bad stealth check.
Shield my eyes. Unlike Kitty.
She's got pants.
Oh, does she have pants?
Hello.
She's like Arya.
Hey, friend.
God damn, that's a 3. With your passive perception, you notice she is hiding her hand from you all. Like she immediately puts her hand behind her back.
Can I see if there's like anything? Like maybe yeah.
Yeah, make a perception check. Oh god.
Do it.
She rolled a
was
5
that
on stealth and then a 3 on sleight of hand.
13.
13.
Eagle eyes.
I was just about to be like, oh, you can't see that far. Yeah, you can see that far. Right over by where that wall is, you do see tiny little droplets of blood on the ground.
Are you okay?
No. You see, your friends. I was trying to get away, but they attacked me, and they cut my hands.
This.
Bitch. Let's find them. I can't believe they did this to you.
Which friends?
It was the cat one, the one that tried to be my friend.
I didn't like him from the start.
And then
I
there was
saved your ass.
the human as well. If you help me, my father will reward you greatly. I tried to run as best I could, but I had to go through the basement.
Where did you last see them?
They wanted to get into the basement, and they said that I was hiding something from them, so they forced me to get in. They cut my hand, and she shows you her hand. They cut my hand, and then they
No.
and then
We're
they
gonna kill you.
and then they made me put my hand, and it opened some secret door.
Little girls can't lie. Come on.
I mean, my passive insight is 11. So I.
There's no passive insight.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Passive investigation and perception.
There is insight in the core
There's
rules.
technically all passive rules, but I only do perception because I think it's annoying if you don't have the rule yet. So,
that's fine.
especially when she's actively lying to you.
Well, my character is very dumb, so.
Okay.
Shit.
Mine is not.
No?
Oh, great.
Very intelligent.
Well,
There's a chance.
you're intelligent, but for social situations.
You're not wrong.
He's very wise as well.
So, being intelligent and wise, but not charismatic. The cat wasn't my favorite. And hearing him being someone who wanted in the basement and it's been shifty.
He would have done anything.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me he might attack a little girl. For various reasons.
Okay.
Considering
What
the
are you
previous
implying,
All right.
sir?
I will also say your character is intelligent, and it's very odd that she was obviously trying to hide from you.
That's true as well.
Cat's out of the bag.
So, I think I'm probably gonna, hearing that the human was involved and she's hiding, I'm a little suspicious. So, let's see what happens.
Biggest role of the night here,
Oh, no.
ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
no.
Huge
Oh, no,
important
DM's
role.
laughing.
Actual one.
Yes.
Sassy. There's something off about what she's saying. Although your friend was a obsessively wanting to get into the basement, all of you are all level 9, which is incredibly powerful. You've all at least heard each other's names at least once across the entire continent. And you would know him as not really someone to take harm on another person, as well as noticing that your zealot friend is one for freedom in order to obscure someone else of their freedom in order to get something that he wants. Doesn't exactly sound like his motive. Something's a little off about this.
You kill who?
Cat guy.
Kate.
Oh. No, I think she's lying.
Do you say that out loud?
Message. Sorry. Yes?
Message.
Aloud?
I'll say you would have messaged it. Your character is smarter than you.
Amazing.
Jake Luby over there throwing massive dabs.
All right. So,
Don't
think
entirely believe.
I don't entirely believe her.
can you guys help me?
Shut the fuck up. 100%.
I'm gonna look at
Please?
her and I'm gonna say, "Take us to the basement now."
Little girl,
I don't know how to get there.
you said you had to run through.
Take us.
Make an intimidation
Wait,
check.
which one of us?
You with advantage.
Could say please.
I think we're past that point.
Oh.
You ready?
Okay.
14.
Hey.
She is a little girl. You are a terrifyingly large bird person.
Look at this shit! Look at this!
Oh my god.
Look how strong that bird is. If you're a little girl and you see that, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I like how next
First of all,
to it
I
says
wouldn't have let it
impulsive
into my
but loyal.
home, so we're already compulsive past that.
All right, so
I was
She kind of
a small
immediately-
brown stain.
goes. Okay,
Little girl,
follow me.
if we're to get our friends who harmed you,
Go ahead.
and they were in the basement following you, we must go there. This is to help you.
Okay. Are you lying?
Wow.
Make a deception check.
Come on, buddy.
Isn't the servant
Come
still
on.
there?
What?
Isn't the servant still there?
No, the servant went back to look for clues, basically.
9.
9. All right.
Not great, but you know, there's been worse rolls.
Okay.
Let's go.
And she walks to the front room,
I say in his voice, "To the basement we go."
and you guys walk to the foyer.
All in on this.
Yo, no,
Cricket,
no,
cricket.
trust me, I know where you are.
He's in snooze mode.
Okay, so you are led to the foyer.
How far are we from the rooms?
Which rooms?
Their rooms.
We're like way up top, aren't we?
I'd say within 30 feet at one point. If you're walking around the ballroom, you could get like directly 30 feet away from them.
That's where we are.
It wasn't
What's the range on message?
That's what I.
It doesn't go
It's
through
one.
walls.
Yeah.
It said it goes through some wood if you know where they are,
No.
right?
Unfortunately, it's like you gotta see them.
If you had the
Okay.
spell sending,
Yeah. But we don't have that.
if you could send it.
Can you send it?
So
Wait. What?
You point out creature within range. So yeah,
you have to be able to see it. So
See. Okay.
So, but when you were messaging me before, you guys are just going like, "Hey, how you doing?" If you knew where they are behind it, you can point. at
Yeah.
it. But yeah, you don't know exactly where we are. Probably.
Right.
you would know exactly where they are.
Not from the first floor all the way up to the.
Okay, so you count steps.
But you know where the room is, and you could be like, oh, okay, are you here? 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 You'll get them eventually.
So I could message them.
Yes.
I'm not smart enough to do.
It would look very dumb, but you could.
Little girl,
Yes.
give us just a few moments to contact.
I'm
a
bleeding
friend.
out.
It's a cut on your hand. I'm sorry. You're not.
I'll pick her up. I'll pick her up. with my big,
I like that
strong
little.
bird
I'm
arm.
bleeding out. I'm dying here.
You just pick her up.
Yeah, just in my big, strong bird arms.
He's got you.
Who's
So
the
make
creep
sure you
now?
don't get killed.
Intimidating Birdman picking up the girl.
You're safe with me.
At least I never touched her.
To
Alright.
make sure you don't get killed, it is essential that we have our two other very strong and capable friends to take on the two who attacked you. Let us wake them from their sleep and we will go down to the basement together and take on whatever terrifying danger, including our friends, are in there.
Trust us. We're doing this for you.
Okay.
Find it.
All right.
Find them.
Yeah, you do.
You're like trying to
Okay.
position your satellite.
So,
I love this.
from
You find Morag.
from your dreams, or friend, or friend, I need you.
Murag yeets into awakeness. Gabrielle, is that you?
What? No. This is your ball. From downstairs.
Oh,
Is your dwarf friend or?
This is now a nightmare.
what is going on? Why am I awake?
Well, we have a situation. Our friends went to the basement like they said, and they're in
Fucking
trouble,
hell.
I think. Or they attacked a little girl and
Be
are
quiet,
going to
I'm
get
coming
us
down.
killed.
I'm coming
Please
down.
wake the other. And come
Just
around.
give me a moment.
Alright.
Just cast it twice.
I grab my axe. I don't bother grabbing my javelins. I just grab
Alright,
my
let's
axe
go.
and walk out the door. I bang on his door. Hey,
To the ball.
wake up. Idiots are loose.
I go open the door. What happened?
It's fair.
I don't know. We just gotta go.
Press his
Wait, did
power
they
button.
Actually get to the basement.
I don't know what's going on. All I know is that there's a bleeding girl. Yeah, let's just go.
Wasn't part of the contract, but all right.
All right. So,
And we walk downstairs.
Let's see
All right.
what's going on.
as you all begin to regroup, you two, what are you doing?
Should we?
Inching slowly down the hall.
Are we? Are we doing that?
All right.
Are you gonna run into darkness?
Well, no, but I didn't know we were gonna be like actually moving. So far where we are, we're still
Okay,
alive,
if
which is
you-
like the
Alright.
best
You're
record.
I will
Yeah.
say, for now, because it is pertinent, make sure you stay in character.
Okay.
Let's go.
Are you sure?
Well, if this is something else in here looking for us, it's best not to be in a dead end.
All right, let's move forward, I suppose.
Got my shield out and my flail, and I'm moving forward.
I take out a dagger in one hand. No, sorry. One of the little
Hand crossbows.
hand crossbows in one hand, and I'll have the scimitar in another. Just waiting.
All right. So you get ready. Are you both stealthily making your way through?
Yes.
As
Give
best
me-
I can.
Yes.
Give me a stealth check.
Roll for stealth.
Divine benefit.
All right.
Advantage.
Okay, so I get to roll twice.
Yeah.
And take the higher
I get to
one.
roll once because of armor.
Because of armor.
Because of
You can
armor.
roll again. Or
Yeah.
Any ability in a minute.
Give me
Oh boy.
that armor.
I rolled the same number twice.
Wonderful.
It do be like
All
that
right.
sometimes.
That'd be a 16.
Basically. That's a 4. Yeah, buddy.
Yikes.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
Well, at least it's not gonna be me who gets caught.
So,
Averages out to 10.
you all skulk forward. As you do, you get finally out of this. You haven't been able to see the end of it,
With
but
your
he has.
chainmail.
Finally, with the light poking through, you finally poke your way through, and you look in for a second, and down the corridor with the light, the corridor to the left of you, you just see a long, long length of chain that begins away. And it just shirks into the alley there. As you make your way in, you're looking at it and you continue moving forward. You take a step.
Can I get out a python from my explorer's pack, try to find the chain, and hammer it in with my flail?
Before you do,
Okay.
you go to pull out and you take a step forward, and your whole leg gives as you feel yourself fall very far, and you hear cling, cling, cling as you fall, and you notice finally it looks like it's that still even sandy stuff, but it seems the middle of this, now you're looking around, circular room is a pit. And you get into it, it's like going into a bushel of leaves. You don't actually touch the bottom of it, but you crunch enough into it that you kind of like fall, and immediately all this soot and bone meal and bone begins to cover over you. And as soon as it does, you hear it all goes quiet until you hear like the soft noises of chains clinkling in midair. And you hear
Wait, in midair. Oh.
like
okay.
hanging. And then you hear the chains are no longer moving in that direction. You hear
I would like to begin climbing the wall.
all right.
Just give me a point of advantage.
All right. So you climb the wall. What are you doing?
I can probably carry him up with me. I've got a pretty even strength.
He's wearing armor though,
Oh, okay.
and a weapon, and a
Alright.
shield.
All right. I can hook my. Could I hook my grappling thing and let him like climb up that?
You can certainly try.
Okay. Yeah. I would like to climb the wall and try to mount my grapple into the wall so that he can come up too, and so we can have a point advantage
All right. So,
if he's interested.
I'm readying an attack if something comes to my field of view while he's doing that.
okay. So you take the grappling hook and immediately look up into the ceiling, and are going to try and jam it in. Give me a. Give me an investigation check or a strength check.
Investigation or strength.
Yes.
Finding a good spot for me.
All right. Either way, it's a natural 20.
Woo! Immediately, your flight or fight senses kick in sporadically, and you immediately find a really quick thing. And as you do, actually,
Oh no. A whisper.
Good, you
A
found- you
hidden
found
a
a
hidden
lever.
secret whisper.
It's-
You found someone else who's dead that's
You
in
found
the
a
wall.
genie bottle, and the genie.
You found the
is
last
gonna
dead
save us.
person. That was
Teleports us
there.
all out of the house into safety.
Yeah.
He
Found
found
a
the
mystic elevator.
D&D Beyond, Marvel Puzzle Quest. I can't. Jones Soda.
More wood game.
We're jabbed
I'm
into the
fine.
wall, half a ball
I'm
life
fine.
disintegrates.
We're still at full hit points. We're
Is that
good.
a Thanos thing?
Oh yeah.
I've still got lots of spells.
If your DM says don't go to this place, the players will go there.
Yeah. Add that to the rulebook in Discord.
Okay. Can I tell Braun what I saw? Well, also,
you can try to.
well, okay. Hold on. May I see if I have any insight as to what that is?
Give me a history check.
Okay.
Oh no. What, you find a book?
Oh, 20.
An actual 20?
No, not natural, but a full 20.
Total.
Hey!
This
Another
dice.
whisper.
I don't.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's a 17. Or no, an 18. An 18.
Still
and we're
Amazing, ladies
at
and gentlemen.
another whisper.
Well, we'd like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Uncle Woody's Pub.
Oh, yikes.
No.
Yikes.
That's canceled.
No.
All of us love that place.
That's
We're actually going
No.
to
No, we don't.
you for real?
I'm going to bed after this.
Good?
Not a good thing, no!
Oh, okay.
shout out to Uncle
Fine.
Woody.
It's
Can I tell? Okay, hold
You
on.
can certainly try.
I'm gonna certainly try.
So as he does this, you see him jam in a grappling hook. It seems very well taught in, and it's dangling right above you right now. And you see the creature kind of not moving terribly quick, but making its way.
climbing up. Still on
All
myself,
right.
climbing up.
Give me an athletics check.
Uh-oh, heavy
Oh
boy.
my gosh.
Heavy
Holy.
boy.
Here we go.
This is some good television, folks.
Nat 20 plus 8.
Out of the box
This-
for a nat
this-
20.
This is the escape from Castle Dusk again.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
This is like Johannes kicking down the door with his feet.
This is Johannes not 20ing the
Oh
boat
my
back into
God.
the water.
All right, okay. So you easily, quickly get your way up, and you finally get yourself on the on top of the rope and enough to like hang very high above this like domed area. And you quickly pull the rope up so it wouldn't. Yeah. And as you do, the creature, you see this large looming entity in the room with chains around its leg and its hands.
I immediately show him what I saw and
Okay.
tell him what it is.
Before
I
that-
gotta get that out there.
Before that,
Okay.
you see this large looming individual. You see humanoid, actually, in nature. But it's a lot larger than a regular human.
Okay.
And as you look upon closer inspection, you see stitched flesh intertwined together as it just peruses the room. Both of you give me a stealth check.
Quarter?
Okay, hold on. That should be good.
Quarter?
That's like the least
That's a
cool thing it's
19.
ever done.
That's a nat 1.
What's the total?
2.
What was your total?
19.
19. Any chance I could
So-
share some?
So as the creature, there are rules for how this works. As the creature begins looking around the room, you hear, as his weight is finally up, you kind of try and adjust your grip, and you hear, and you see a rock drop, and he begins to look up for a second. And as his gaze is about to lift, you immediately grab a little chunk that was missing out and toss it over to a corner.
That's goddamn right I do.
And it- and begins shirking its way over there. And you see, finally, as you're getting a better look at this room, you see the way you came, the way it just came from,
Yeah.
and there's two more pathways.
Oh boy.
One that leads straight from the way you came, and then away to the right, which is the way that you saw Ceci go.
And the pit, which is always an option.
All right. It eventually makes its way over there and reaches on the ground with its large hand and picks up the stone. And begins making its way down that hallway.
Which one? The straight one or the one that?
Straight way.
Okay. Have I told Brahm yet? Can I tell Brahm now? Okay, Brahm. Should I whisper it?
It's for you to. You can do whatever you
I
want.
want to
man.
whisper it so you guys are left wondering.
Oh.
Player to
Whisper.
player.
What the? That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Pull out the rule book.
Hold on. Let me get this
I think we all know what it is
rules.
anyway.
Hold on.
All right, we are out of sponsors, guys. Sorry, we didn't think there'd be this many whispers.
Chapter 3, player to player whispers.
Is that a legit thing?
No,
Okay, I was gonna say.
no, it's
Okay.
it's real.
Player to player whispers. A player may not whisper to the other
And s-
character.
So you look up and you see that.
Got it.
Can
If it's should I live say it out streamed.
loud then? If it's not allowed.
No.
That was
would
a
ruin
joke.
it.
Okay.
Can't just whisper and be like, "Oh."
Just
So-
kidding. It's a bug.
The rest of you in the foyer.
Oh.
You all eventually meet, and Ceci is in your arms. And
Should we go get Zebra?
What do you think
For
it
Branimir?
means, dude?
Yes.
No.
Yes. You should get them. They're the heads of the house.
All right. I'll go
I
get
want
them
to see
then.
my dad.
Please do not.
Don't do it.
Why? She's hurt.
Why? I'm hurt. Are
What
you
ha-
gonna
what
let
happened
a
here?
little girl just bleed
We're working for
here?
this family. She's hurt, weren't we?
You're supposed to be helping me. I
Don't
can't do anything.
message.
Do you want to go?
Oh, here we go. Message.
We don't entirely believe this girl is telling us the
We
truth.
think she's lying. Message.
She
we
was
don't
hiding
think the
things
cat
from
would
us
Scratch her. He
from
doesn't
the
have
beginning.
cat scratch fever.
And it took a lot of prying to be able to get her to start helping us
Message.
in general.
Message.
She's kind of been working against us this whole time in our process to get you to go in the basement and recover our friends. We don't believe her.
Oh. She's
What?
fucked.
Can you tell me what happened here or what's going on?
Did you not key into this?
He just
Well,
keyed you
my
in.
character doesn't.
He just
know.
keyed you
Well,
in.
he did, but I wouldn't hear her.
I was
Oh, he's asking
I was
her.
attacked by your other two friends. They just attacked me and then went to the basement.
Can I insight that since?
She's rolling so bad.
This girl
As a little girl
sucks.
would.
16.
16, that's a 4.
Fits the narrative,
Whisper.
man.
She, as she says that, you see there's like frantic looks in her eyes, and she like keeps looking at everyone around her, as if, and there's like a stutter to her voice, and yeah, she doesn't seem to be telling the truth at all.
Let's see what's going on then.
All right, bring us to the basement.
I don't want to.
Do it.
Make an intimidation check.
She's trapped in his arms.
19. Do it. Do it, girl. Do it now.
Are you standing above the sigil?
I don't. We're just standing in the foyer.
We'll say you're standing above the sigil.
We're standing above the sigil.
You watch as she reaches underneath her shirt, and out from her waistband she pulls a knife, and you see it has blood on it.
Make an initiative.
And she, that's what I was rolling to see if she was going
I-
to stab him. And takes it and cuts her hand again,
I could.
What are you doing?
and she lets the blood drip onto the sigil.
Okay.
Can we make an
And
investigation?
Are you still keeping concentration? on
There would be no reason for me to, really, in my mind.
it? So would you have ended it?
yeah.
Okay. You hear.
Did she speak an incantation?
But are you guys?
Oh.
Wait, we're on the roof, aren't we? Like, where this is happening?
Yeah.
Dude,
You're-
we're gonna
you're-
get out of here.
Or that thing's gonna
They're
come
down
out.
there.
Or we're gonna get crushed by the steps going down.
If you
I've got athletics
open
in-
this
or acrobatics in
with a bloody knife like that,
What's your AC?
Oh.
10.
You bet 10 AC. Jesus.
She goes, ah! And goes to stab at you. That's a total of 2.
Yeah.
I carry her down the stairs with me.
No,
What?
2
She,
to
she
hit.
begins kicking and screaming.
Okay.
It would be a
No,
2 to
not a-
hit.
Make it.
2 to hit?
Yeah.
No, 2 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. She's a little girl. You're walking down the steps with her?
Yeah.
Are you guys following?
It's your 12 plus dex.
Wait, why are we going downstairs?
That's where our friends
That's where
are.
our
Right.
friends are. And this little girl's up to
10
some.
feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet.
We're going down, right?
Who is with you?
I'm going down. You guys are going
Right.
down, right?
Yeah, we're going down.
I mean, I'm crashed.
27,
I
28,
heard on that one.
29. Who's all with him?
All right.
I'll go down. They're
Hell
all going
yeah.
down.
30 feet. You get down, and as you do,
Wait.
Mage armor?
all right. And you all hear that again.
Okay.
I have the girl.
She is going to try and break your grapple.
Okay.
No. Don't even roll. She's like kicking and screaming and trying
Unless
to
she
get
has
out.
16
What's
strength.
that?
Uh-oh.
Proficiency in athletics.
Do we hear this?
Yes.
All this kicking and screaming?
Yes.
Does something else
Should
hear
we start
this?
making our way? Or should we just keep?
She
it
begins
hell-
screaming, "Help! They've got me!" And immediately, you in that room hear that. In the opposite direction, you hear.
Oh boy. Okay.
How high up are we?
How high up are you? About 15 feet off the ground.
Okay. How can I detect how fast this thing is moving?
Relatively fast. Back down.
About 25 feet of movement.
Okay.
You basically have a round to prepare. I'll tell you that.
Can I see
Could I?
into
Could we,
the
do you, think,
chamber?
do you
I
want
can
to try
see
to
pretty
outrun
far.
it? Get to them?
With dark vision?
I have
Yeah.
60
How fast
foot
do
of
you
dark
get?
vision.
How fast are you?
I don't have disadvantage with dim light, so
Oh,
I don't have dark vision though.
Oh,
So it's just dark.
More so.
How wide is this
I do
hallway?
have dark vision for 60 feet.
yeah.
Oh,
How wide
I
is
know
this
what it
is.
hallway? How wide is it?
Yeah.
Like 5 feet. So
No.
you guys
Okay,
are
so
really-
one person at a time.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, wait.
here's the plan.
How big was this thing? Like
Uh,
in game categories?
Large.
Okay, never mind then.
Do you
Well,
think we can
okay, no,
outrun
no,
it
no,
and
no.
just get
It's
out of
medium.
the basement?
But it's very large for medium.
Okay, so, how big is the dip into the pit?
The dip into the pit, you don't know. You didn't go all the way down.
No, like from the pit to where it's normal.
Oh,
Yeah.
where the regular thing is. You would guess probably about 10 feet.
We're so good at this game.
Okay.
Kind
Put us in
DM.
the Smite Pro League.
Is the entrance to the basement open as of right now?
No, it is closed now because she is down there.
Oh my god. Okay.
I am going to try to
We
wait for an
have the
opportune
girl.
moment
Okay.
for it to be close enough to the pit where I can cast Magnet on it and push it in.
All right.
Can I somehow use my sneak attack to assist in that?
I'd say you could.
Distraction.
I'd say you could assist point out since you have dark vision. He doesn't.
Okay.
So yeah. All right. So you all watch. Those of you with dark vision that just came down here. You immediately see 60 feet down, 2 large forearms, flesh in nature, and a head that doesn't seem to be exactly on top of its own body. It's just waving back and forth as it makes its way down the hallway, and you immediately see it. You immediately see it.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, there's this big thing,
What does it look like?
It looks like a stitched together man.
like Frankenstein.
Like the boogeyman?
No, like less
Flesh
like
golem.
you see an entire arm is sewn on, and then it seems like charred and burnt in places, made out of some dead body parts.
Sounds a lot like Frankenstein.
To help with
Kind
this,
of, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to do light on my flail and toss it nearby the pit where I would want it to go
All right.
to make the noise.
It begins running into the room.
Yes.
Doesn't seem to pay attention to that, but it seems to pay attention to the screams coming from the opposite end.
Okay. Does this help me see it when?
Yes, it does.
Okay. In which case, when it gets close enough, magnet.
All right.
Strength saving throw.
Magnet.
That's a 10.
Fails.
All right. I'm assuming you're pulling.
I'm pushing it into the pit, or whichever way gets it into the pit.
So you watch as it's running with those chains. You watch as the chains immediately and are forcibly pull the monster into the pit, and it goes down, and it's a lot heavier. So, yeah, it seeps deeper into the pit, and you hear its hands come up, trying like reaching out for something, but there's nothing to really hold on to as it's in the middle of the pit. You're on the side.
Good pit.
Good thing you were on the side. As it's like reaching out, you two immediately see other hands wrap up and grab onto it and begin pulling it down. You see it's trying to rip the other hands off before it can get into it as it's in the middle of this pit. They just keep reaching it down and pulling it further down as you hear as it's immediately muffled as these hands pull it down into the pit.
That's why I don't like chains.
With the
Holy
only,
crap!
with the only sound
Did we do it?
with the only sound remaining is the chain slowly being shirked into the pit.
Okay. All right.
Told you we were fine.
What did we just do?
KO.
You asshole. We are not fine. I will
So
never be
did
fine
all of
again.
us see it, or we just?
I am not fine. I will
He
never
threw
be
a
fine again.
You would have seen it get pushed, dragged into the pit, and
He
you
threw
two
it
are
back
still
down
on the
the flight.
ceiling.
Right on the
And
just
I
clutching.
release the coil of rope that
But
I've
we
been
can
holding on to,
see
and
the light in the distance,
All right,
and that happened.
let me go, please.
Hello?
What else is down here, little girl?
Please let me go.
Hello.
Let's find the bad guys.
We should go find them.
I guess
Do
we
we not hear
would
them?
probably go walk.
You
to
hear them talking,
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll walk
Yeah.
forward.
Well,
Hello.
All right.
I'll take a torch out. So
All right.
I can actually see.
Apparently they're all dead.
Don't light the torch. Don't light the torch.
We have to be able to see.
what is wrong with the torch? Hi, we're coming.
I collect my mace.
All right.
Or flail.
What's wrong with the torch,
Don't light the torch.
girl? Why?
Let's get us out of here, please.
Why?
She gazes up at the ceiling of this room.
Can I?
She's watching.
Your mom?
You look up at the ceiling, now clearly lit by a torch. And you immediately see a large stone chiseled face
Ugh.
This is the thing. By
in
the
the
way.
top of this ceiling. You see long flowing hair coming from a feminine face, and on both eyes, beautiful emeralds chiseled inside of them.
Stone cunning.
Talk into your mic, please.
Stone cunning. Do we? Can I tell who made it?
Make a history check.
Who
with
is it?
advantage.
History, more like her story.
With advantage, because it's
That's
uncut.
racist.
Good to begin with.
So,
Go with that 20.
Close enough.
so
Take
18. And then what was stone cunning?
An
Double
intelligence check.
proficiency.
Intelligence.
Double
on
proficiency.
intelligence.
So
No, you just said advantage, I'm pretty sure.
26 plus whatever else he's at so far.
Okay, it's enough. As you look into it, you've heard many folklore regarding such an entity. As you look up, the stonework is very, very, very odd. There's something, you can't put a finger on it, but there's something off about this stonework. Like it wasn't made from this realm.
Is it the Durgar woman?
And as you look up and see the emerald eyes almost peering through your soul, one name from folklore around Quinn comes to mind, especially sitting at a crossroads of tunnels. Bernadette.
What do I
You did this.
what do I know about
Oops.
Bernadette? Clearly others know things about Bernadette.
You
Make
would
a
know
religion
her
check.
as she who pushes the moon across the sky. You would know her as a devil of sorts.
Our
Evil.
viewers know.
One who takes souls from others to feed her own ambitions. She's incredibly mysterious, but is known to offer tempting pacts to mortals in exchange for incredible powers.
She's watching.
Wait, is it? Oh, that could be how they get their power.
In the faint distance, immediately to the hallway to the
family.
left of all of you, you hear a faint violin begin to play, and then immediately subside. Immediately, as you hear once again to the hall to your right, almost right after the other one ends, you hear another sound of a violin make a continuing note, and then immediately subside. And then finally, in front of you, you hear one last and final violin make its final note in the chord and subside. We need to get out of here. Please.
Let's find him and get out.
Are we? Have we met up with them?
We're
yet?
in the same room. are we
Yes.
not?
Yeah.
You're in the same room.
We're together.
Oh, there you are.
Hi. We're fucked.
What's going on?
What did you do to this girl?
More like, what did the girl do to us?
Did you hurt her?
Of course not.
No.
Then what happened? Because she says you attacked her.
Well, of course she says that. She's a liar, and if
They
I'm being
attacked
quite frank,
me.
oh, shut up. Here's exactly what happened, and I will tell you. So we're trying to find the basement, all right? And what happens is this girl comes here, cuts her hand, and drops it on the
I
stones.
did not.
Shut up! The stones open up into a stairwell, take us down here, to which she looks at us and goes, I'm sorry, and runs off like a little bitch, by the way. And then we're stuck here in the dark with some kind of a collective monster of men. I don't even know what it was. Luckily, Brom was able to deal with it very hastily, and we weren't going to be, dismembered by it, as it has already been dismembered by something else. And it was pulled down into a pit of bones and bone dust by some unseen creatures, and now we're stuck here in the dark with a girl who wants to kill us. I swear she wants to kill us. You want to kill us, don't you? She wants to kill us, I swear to God.
Yeah.
I think you need to calm down.
You're coming from behind you in the stairway.
Little girl, what else is down here?
As in repeatedly
Let's go.
upstairs, or
Like someone is opening the stairs again.
okay, just opening.
Oh,
I'm moving forward. I don't know where it is, but I'm getting.
Should we hide? Let's hide. Should we go hide?
I think we should move forward.
They're here! They're here! She begins to
Yeah,
shout
that's
as the
what I was
final stair.
expecting.
Okay, I begin to shout, we're in here, help us. We're in here, help us!
Help!
Help!
As the stairs finally stop, you all look up for a brief moment of respite, looking to hear anything. And there's a moderate silence before you hear and see blackish red boots begin making their way down the
It's
steps.
Grandpa.
And before you, those of you who had met him before, you see Branimir Slavikov.
Let me do the talking. I've got high numbers on deception and stuff.
So,
Divine benefit.
Shut up, Olivia. I could hear that.
Everyone's got an advantage on something for a minute.
you all disobeyed my son's warnings.
Excuse me, sir, but I don't mean to be rude, but in fact, we did not. Your son told us to stay out of the basements. And we tried to as best we could. I told you I was looking for something that your granddaughter so modestly and innocently had from me. Well, she said, oh, don't mind me. I'll just take you to it. And all of a sudden, she takes us down in here, saying,
I
"It's
would
over there."
like my granddaughter back.
I would like you to take her back, too, if I'm being quite honest.
I'll slowly start walking over with her.
Drop her now.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, sir, but quite frankly, as a guest of your household, I expected to be treated with much more respect than to be duped into some kind of confinement.
Trail,
Yes, sir.
do not speak to me like that again. Or I swear I will make you my next rug.
Oh shit.
You'll have to forgive me. It's been an incredibly frustrating week.
Do you drop the granddaughter?
I set her on her feet.
She immediately rushes behind him. Go upstairs, Ceci. Now we are in a predicament, aren't we?
Sorry, Dad.
Well, this is no longer up to me to decide.
please don't be the wife. Please don't be the wife.
I believe you're now in her hands.
Wait, no.
That.
It's her, as in.
Yeah.
No. The steps close.
Is he with us?
He's
still?
with us, right?
He's in there with you.
Her is her.
Oh man.
Oh no.
So-
I can't believe I didn't have a chance to like get us out of there. I thought it was talking some mad shit, you know?
I
Sir.
apologize, but the most quiet man is a dead one. If you escape, congratulations.
Who is gonna push your cart if we don't get out of here and get in the race tomorrow?
Right now, that golem is the least of my concerns.
Oh.
I have spent many years trying to bring this family to what it is, and I will not have it sullied by the likes of you.
Don't you think withholding from such an important event such as the race would be somewhat of a sullying in and of itself?
You're in her hands now.
God damn it, I thought that for sure would work.
And me, I will be safe. And he walks forward. And which one of you is in the back?
It's a
Probably.
cluster, I'm
Probably.
sure.
I think I went down last.
I said I moved forward to
As he begins walking
I was probably
towards
most
you,
hesitant to go down.
as he begins walking towards you, the hands behind the back, he walks right to you and goes right through you.
Ooh, tickle.
There go my plans on grabbing him.
And just goes through every single one of you.
I'm straight up bewildered.
Yo, bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
Well,
None of us are.
good luck.
Thank
if you
you,
do
bye.
somehow make it out of her clutches, I would run far away. If you don't, well then, the people I send to kill you will find you before you make it out of the continent.
Even more people sent to kill us? We got
Yeah.
enough of that already.
Goodbye. And he snaps his fingers in. You watch as he fades,
He
fades
wasn't even
away.
here the whole time.
What the hell, man?
We got duped.
I bet that guy's been dead for years.
Wait,
Should've kept the
wait, did
kid.
the girl go
Make an
upstairs?
Arcana check.
Did the girl go upstairs?
Yes.
The
Okay.
wizard.
You.
Make an Arcana check.
Yes.
With advantage, right? Is it still active?
Oh,
Divine benefit?
If you want to use it, yeah. I mean, it's almost been a minute, so.
Yeah.
Do it.
Better.
So
26? You know he wasn't a ghost there. You've heard of higher level magics that allow you to transport a perfect illusion of yourself to a location farther away.
Like astral projecting?
Like almost like astral projecting, but on the mortal plane. Where someone can be asleep in a different location and send a perfect copy of
He
themselves
didn't even have to wake up to beat our ass.
Bruh.
elsewhere.
Dude, that's a dream of mine.
And you know that that person can be very far away if they don't want to be seen.
that was
So-
no ghost.
Could he?
Well, I hope
could he
you all are
physically
happy
manage
with
that
what
or-
you've gotten us into.
I mean, I second.
Do
that
I look
statement.
happy to you, sir?
Do I look happy?
No, you look just like me.
I'm intimidating you.
Doesn't really work that way. He's a
Oh.
PC, so
Rip.
it's depending on your roleplay and how his character perceives
Oh,
it.
it's just like verbal
No,
things at each other?
player-on-player confrontation is done through how well you make your argument.
What about deception?
So person to person, not roll. Not
Yeah,
roll
not
dice.
like
Oh, okay.
intimidation. Intimidation doesn't work that way.
Not like how we play. Okay.
Just
Yeah. You just have
We,
to be
we will
intimidating.
totally roll against each other to intimidate each other. And
Like-
whatnot. Another.
Booga booga.
Yeah, I don't like that because then it's just like oh the rule decides it. No, you got to prove to that person.
Yeah.
Tell them that you're gonna make them into a rug.
But I'm bigger.
Which, by the way, fantastic line, Zach Viox.
I'd low key base Branimir off of Tywin Lannister. So
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely get that vibe.
Mm.
I am the grandfather of this house, and I will not see it sullied by the likes of you. Looking at
So,
us.
what are you all doing?
I'm like his grandson. Sorry.
Readying my weapons.
Or his son, I suppose.
Let's get out of here.
I'm going to look for another
Yeah.
exits.
Right. Give me a perception check.
Yeah. 20.
20. It's too dark for you to see anything.
I have a torch.
I lit my flail.
It's lit.
AF.
Pick a number 1 through 4.
I'm gonna go with 3.
I'm willing to stay here as late as
C
we
is
need
always
to.
the correct answer.
As you walk into the room, peering for an exit, you can see that the two to your left and your right and in front of you seem to lead into other exits as well.
So
And-
each way there is an exit?
Well, all 3 of those seem to lead to other pathways.
Oh, other pathways, okay.
But as you're listening for a second, in front of you, very faintly, you hear what sounds like a waterfall, like rushing water.
Get to
But
high
it's-
ground if you can.
But it's different. There's something wrong about this water that's rushing through.
Oh, it's blood. It's blood.
It's
It's a blood fall.
I'm going down the left corridor, and I'm trying to get it far away from the rushing water or whatever it is.
Alright, I'm gonna follow Finn, I guess.
Yes, going with the crowd.
Don't break the party.
Stay together.
What's
Yeah.
going on?
He's
And if it gets closer, I'm gonna try to ready in action to run up on the wall, to try to dodge it when it comes by.
Alright.
If it comes at us.
So,
I
I'm
ready
gonna
to grab
kind
him.
of shimmy my way to the front of the group as well.
get ready to flap my
Uh-oh.
wings.
Shield of faith on myself.
Oh no, it's a timed event.
Oh no.
Should we put it in front of the folder so that they can see it? Okay. Okay. I hate this.
Here we go.
I ready my grappling hook.
All right.
As if your anxiety wasn't high enough already.
As you begin to peruse the area and start to head to the left, all of you immediately watches the emerald eyes in the ceiling, flash vibrantly in an uncanny display. They don't flash green, however. As they do, you're hit with this vicious crimson light that washes over your bodies. I need each of you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
We have advantage on it.
Do we? Okay.
Not him. He used his on the Arcana
No,
check.
it's my Aura of Liberty.
If you have to use the reaction.
If
yeah.
you use your reaction, you get advantage on it.
I will do so.
All right.
I'll do that.
Oh. 17.
17 total.
Not 20.
18.
18.
19.
14.
Not 20.
15.
Nice work, everyone. If you had an 18 or above, you succeed.
Damn it.
Those of you who did not, you're immediately racked. Your brain is immediately racked with visions of bloody battlefields, of people meeting at different crossroads. You see mud in the blood. You see dead individuals, people that you have loved in the past, fallen. And in the final vision that you see a large moon in the sky, rich with red crimson. And those of you who failed, you are blinded.
Oh, good.
So,
Who's that? Who failed me?
I failed.
I think
I failed.
just us two passed.
no, someone got a nat 20.
Oh, you passed
Yeah,
too?
I got-
I got
Us three
I
passed.
got the nat
So
20.
half of us are blinded.
So I'm blind.
All
I
right.
call out to Brom.
And as those of you who can see, in front of you, you see very trickling water. The light that flashes gives insight into the water, and as it rushes past and slams into the wall and comes through, it looks much like regular water, like crashing waves of an ocean, yet filled with red crimson.
Can remember shown.
Oh, time starting.
What are you doing?
Okay, I
my eyes!
hearing the water and having a
can't I
natural
see?
aversion to water as I'm a cat, I call out to Brom and I ask him to take an end of my grappling hook, because that's back when I was a kid. We used to traverse rivers,
All
like
right.
rushing rivers, by tying ropes to each other.
All right.
I grab it,
All right. So you two are tied together. All right.
Do it. Do it.
wrap it around my hand, holding my shield.
Am I good?
What are you doing?
My Kanku friend, who cannot normally fly, but has always dreamed to fly, has fly cast upon him.
All right.
Grabbing me.
Got my back. Got my back.
All right. So you're taken care of. All right.
He's blind.
He'll be his
Wow,
eyes.
He
he's
steers
blinded.
for me. He steers for me. We've done this before.
Crash and I
God.
were well acquainted. No,
I'll
exactly.
keep that in mind. All right.
Are the walls straight
I will
up, or are they
blindfold
like?
you up.
They are straight up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna spend my entire turn moving forward as far as I can get and look for a place where I can climb up on the wall and hang from there. But I'm gonna spend my action, bonus action, and movement going as far as I can.
All right.
I use my
got it.
bonus action to
That's-
rage and my action to dash.
Okay.
165 feet.
Oh, all right. So you're kind of scouting ahead. You are blinded.
I'm blinded. I don't know what's going on. I'm
Can I use my
Never leave
bonus
memory.
action to get him with us?
How?
By calling to him and calling to. Can I call to Brom and like ask him to grab him?
Sure. So
Brom, grab him.
Damn it. Lesser restoration.
Can you see? Can you see?
I got the nat 20.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right. So as
right.
soon as you feel his hand grasp, not even gently touch, grasp onto your hand, your eyes are immediately filled with vision again, and you can see once more. Very clear.
And I look to the side where I see
Make
the
me
water
see. Make
cascading
me
through the
see.
corridor, and I immediately scream and start booking it.
All right. You guys are booking it down the left corridor. You're ahead of everyone else.
I am.
He is.
He is.
Yes. So as soon as you head through, you see a path to your left and to your right.
Can I go like look behind each door to see if what I see behind them?
Oh, there's no doors.
Oh, there's pathways.
Just pathways.
We're gonna go to the right,
To the right. All right.
How old
You
is
begin heading to the right.
above 5.
All right. As you do, You start heading to the right. And as you look over, you see more water starting to crash immediately from a pathway to the right of there as well. Starts crashing through.
Do me?
Yes.
Back the other way. They're bolting that way.
All right.
Is the water like? Can we? Will I be? Do I
You
think I'll
feel
be
like the
able
rest
to
of your
get past the
compatriots
water?
wouldn't be able to get through.
Like the water will hit them. Would I be able to get through?
You would be able to get through.
We're flying.
Get above the
We
water
above
if you
it?
can. Right now, it will hit you guys.
All right.
But I'm gonna bolt through.
So you rush forward. All right.
And when I get close to the intersection, I'm gonna start running on the wall, so I can try to avoid it. And
All right.
also, if it gets close, I'll just grab onto the wall.
All right. So you're doing that. You two are flying. You have a 60-foot fly speed, so you're fine. You have enough movement. What are you two doing?
Good question.
Is there another corridor?
There's a corridor to the left.
I'm
yes.
also tied to Brom still probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
you-
can't see, though.
So
I'm
yeah,
so blind.
you're going to be having to move at his speed. You guys will not make it over there without difficulty.
I'm just kind of following where he's going with the rope because
All right.
I'm using that as like my line.
Where are
my
you guys
guiding.
going?
All right, so
The path to the right is treacherous, but the path to the left looks fairly clean. What are you doing?
how treacherous? Like, what is it?
There's water rushing through
Just
right
water?
now. It's the red water.
Okay, go in the opposite direction.
All right. So you guys are the group to the left. We're doing 2 of 5, by the way.
Okay.
You guys are going. I shouldn't have told you that. You guys are going to the left, and you guys are going to the right. All right. As soon as you guys go to the right, you guys have incredible movement speed. You look forward, and you immediately see this large, what seems like glass, in front of here. It's a dead end, but there's a large pane of glass in front of you.
In front of us, flying?
Yes.
I don't see it. I'm blind. I fly right into it.
Bird hitting the windshield.
All right.
Would I have seen the glass to
Yes.
because we were communicating
Yeah,
through.
you steer me.
Glass.
Yes.
So glass, stop crash.
Okay.
All right.
Do we want to try to break through it?
Crash, don't crash.
There's not enough time to think.
Okay.
You're wasting time. Every
Break
second
through
you
it.
think a
I
lot more.
try to break through it.
Yeah.
All right.
Do it.
All right. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Strength check. I rage. It's a bonus action.
All right.
Crash! Come on, crash that bitch. Oh, that's not great. That's a
You guys are more than welcome to take time, but I will warn you.
strength check.
Yes.
10.
10 total?
Yeah.
You crash through the glass, and as soon as you do, we'll get to that. What are you guys doing?
Us.
Where?
Up.
Yeah. Where are we at? What are we
Immediately
doing?
going to the left. So you immediately go to the left, and it winds to the right
I'd like
for a
to make
bit.
something of this.
And you hear a loud coming from the room that you are about to enter. As soon as you do, you see a large, small pedestal in the middle of this ovular room, and you see a deep pit aligning it.
Is it the same pit?
The pedestal? No, it's a different one. This one has nothing inside of it.
Okay.
It's just darkness that leads down.
Dope.
And as you see this entire pit, it's about 20 feet in diameter total, so 10 feet to get across. You see a single rod that comes all the way up from the top. And as it does, you see this tiny pedestal on the top of it. And sitting atop of it, you see this tiny fist-sized stone that seems to be in the form of a rock of some kind.
That's my shit.
Crystalline in nature.
That's my shit, isn't it?
A rock.
So in this room, is there like a path around, or is this
There's
just
a
go
path around,
straight?
but there's
Okay.
something in the middle of it.
And in the middle of the pit,
Dude.
is this pedestal going up and the thing.
Yes.
Oh man.
There's a pedestal, and there's
this is
a
Bernadette.
How far?
So we're safe from the liquid if we can go to the
Yeah.
sides of it. The water.
How
will
how
rush.
far
But I
from
want
the
the- I want the
pedestal
stone.
to us on the?
10 feet away. What are you
pull out
doing?
my crossbow. I'll shoot it if you want.
Sure.
I'll shoot
No,
at it.
Wait.
Shoot at it?
Yeah.
Don't you have a grapple
Alright.
or
Oh
some
yeah.
sorts?
Well, I'm tied. My grapple's using him to.
Go ahead
I'm
and make an
tied to him
attack
right
roll.
now.
You said
you
you're
did
shooting
it.
it.
Okay.
You did it. You just gotta do it.
There are no takebacks in this.
20.
20?
Unnatural.
You ping, and it hits it, and it starts to fall.
Not enough force to knock it to the other side.
No.
The
Oh.
nat 20.
Was it
no,
nat 20?
no, it's not a nat
Oh, I
20.
thought you said nat
Oh,
20.
nat
Oh, yeah.
20.
It begins to fall into the cliff, and it's about to fall.
I have an extra attack.
Make an attack roll.
Uh-oh. And this is it. This is the whole game right here on this one roll.
Even better, 22.
22. So you, and it hits into it, and it clatters down the hallway.
that?
I don't know. I can't see.
All right.
It's on the other side.
All right. You immediately start running.
Yep. Going around.
All right. Are you grabbing that
Going
rock?
around.
What's that?
Are you grabbing that rock?
As we move past
You
them.
grab it up.
Yeah.
All right. You have it in your hand. Now.
Are you two attached?
You begin running.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Can I yell to Murag?
You can
can
grab
I,
on
can
to
I
us
tell
if you
to
want.
Murag? Can you
Sure.
see, Murag? Can you see?
I can see, yeah.
How did that happen?
Is he having to make?
He touched me.
Touch me!
Damn it! I'll use blessing or the release restraint. Use 2 of my fervor to get him
All
free.
right, you are no longer blinded.
Dope.
Now I'm the only blind one.
As soon as you do, you are looking down a pit that is immeasurable in distance.
Hold on.
All right, give me a dexterity saving throw.
You have advantage.
You're a rouge. You should.
If
be
you
good at
use
this.
your reaction, you have advantage.
Oh,
If
okay.
you use your reaction,
so,
you can roll.
All right, I'm going to.
react.
Okay, cool.
react.
So with dexterity, I get 22.
22. Easy enough as you immediately skirt, probably the best person to do this saving throw. Skirt to the side and just immediately hold your breath, and you hear crashing from behind you as large water hits a rocky surface and begins skirting around. You immediately begin rushing forward once again. What is your group doing? As soon as you crash through the glass, you and immediately you are in a place all around you. You find yourself in a tunnel, continually turning, and a magnificent display of spectrum. You see oranges, violets, blues, all in this single tunnel that lead all the way to a single white dot at the end of it.
I know what we're in. My character is blind though. Just steer me
Yeah, we're going to the white dot.
to the white dot.
All right,
To the
as you
white dot
begin
we go.
running,
Flying.
yeah, as you begin flying through. Who else is with your group as well?
Just us.
Just
two.
us.
Just us two.
Just
You
those
skipped
two?
him.
It's
Yeah,
one.
I'm with them
two.
too, but I was catching up to them probably because.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you ran
Or-
back.
No, you're with those two, right?
No, I
we're flying. We flew off.
I was with those guys
Oh.
because I went down and left as
All right,
well
all
with
right.
them.
As you two are going there, you hear several whispers. There they are. Give me your bone. And several different voices begin screaming out, all a plethora from of various different kinds, languages you don't even understand, things you don't even understand. Your mind begins to unravel and try and comprehend this vastness that you're in, but it's incapable. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Let's hope the bird makes it.
13.
Time is ticking.
And faster, damn it.
Sorry.
24.
Every second counts. 24, you shrug them off. As you begin hearing these voices, you stop and you gaze at them.
I'm
You-
blind.
And you want to become them. You don't need to see them because you feel them. You feel your brothers and sisters calling out for you.
Crash, what's going on?
I'm gonna rage as a bonus action.
All right.
Does that shake the thing? I can't be charmed, right?
Are you a berserker?
No.
I think that's frenzy.
No. Yeah, that's not.
No.
I'm
You're
so- I'm
drawn
just-
to
I'm
the
just angry.
walls.
Do I get another save?
No.
Can I do anything?
Not right now.
You want to go to the walls?
Not the
All right. While he's thinking, you three, you immediately find your way finally out into this hallway.
Right.
As soon as you do, you finally come into one single room. And in the room, you see 3 separate doors.
Power's out.
Immediately, 2 are
So
left.
One with the electric chair.
You see a door that has a symbol of a fire on it. You see a door with a symbol of 2 eyes, and on one of them you see a symbol of a bucket.
What was the first one? Fire?
Fire.
Bucket, eyes.
Fire, bucket, eyes.
We have a
Does
gem.
it mean anything to any of us?
There was the 2 eyes from
No.
before.
What are you doing?
Do you want to just like
What are you doing?
I'm gonna
Bucket, bucket, bucket.
Are we booking it?
What are
To
you
the
doing?
Bucket to the bucket.
What are you doing? You go to the bucket.
Yeah.
Bucket.
I'll go to the eyes.
Time has run out.
Bucket the bucket.
Put the stone in the bucket.
All right. So you run to the bucket. All 3 of you run to the bucket.
Yes.
I
All
said
4 of you.
4.
I said I was going to the eyes.
All right.
Okay.
So you 3 run to the bucket, and you run to the eyes. You 2. What are you doing? Time has run out.
He's flying towards the wall.
Yes.
Deadly wall, probably. If I break concentration on fly, he falls.
Yes.
We don't know if the floor is dangerous.
No.
Can I cast a wall of stone onto the floor as we fall to catch us from hitting anything on the floor?
Sure. Yeah.
That is what I do.
All right. So you cast a wall of stone. You're trying to look for a surface to cast it on, but as you're gazing into this nothingness and emptiness, everything seems to be a surface here, but nothing is. It juts out of seemingly emptiness, and you immediately end concentration on it, and you immediately fall,
Okay.
taking
300
not a whole lot.
3,000 feet in the air.
Oh no.
Also 10 feet in the air. the same time.
I'm struggling on.
Take 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And give me a wisdom saving throw.
Are you raging?
I did say I was raging.
Yeah.
14.
14.
Yeah.
Immediately, as soon as you impact the ground, you shake it off, and you find yourself in this vast emptiness. The rest of you four, as you make your way through the eyes, you find yourself opening up into a quaint little town.
Oh. I'm sure this is going to be lovely.
You find yourself dragging yourself out from a river. And not gasping for breath, but finding yourself just on the bed of a shore. And you look up and you see birds chirping and seagulls calling. And in the distance, you see a small port. Several ships line the port going in and out of harbor. Nothing too bad. You see some sailors working in the distance. And you watch as one of them notices you. And you hear him shout to his comrade for a second and begins rushing over to you. And he grabs your hand and immediately pulls you up. You see a man, sort of regular tousled brownish hair with a regular beard on his face in sailor garb. And he looks to you. Are you all right? Are you one of those forge guard?
I'm a forge born. Where am I right now? Everything's a little hazy right now.
You must have come a long way from upstream. Come. Let me show you to the rest of my friends. You're and Wallace, friend. You can call me Aldrich. Please, follow me.
You're in Shone! He called you Forge Guard.
Oh,
So,
if good things are happening to you.
I'm out.
You three
Oh, fuck.
immediately
Die.
feel yourself jettisoned through clawing emptiness. You feel yourself shot through streams of crimson until they begin to meld and bleed into a greenish hue, until eventually merging into this bright bluish light that then begins to fill you with a faint sense of calm. Until a final abruption and you are tossed onto a stony dark ground. And you find yourself looking, and around you you hear as you all start to recover from the haziness. You look up, and you see this large ball of cyan light.
Oh.
And in the far distance, you see what seems to be a black cloak slowly making its way above you.
Wait, this guy's kind of cool, though, isn't he?
Above you, but summonly making its way towards you as if you are in an inverted world.
God damn it.
This ought to be fun.
What's going on?
Almost
What is this place?
superhuman speed it wafts up to you. Very large. Incredibly large. A cloak you've seen never be as large as it was. It seems inhuman. And almost as its words begin to carry, you hear them before they are spoken, as they overlap each other. The words coming to you in an understanding form that you don't truly know.
Almost like a reverse reverb filter.
As it speaks,
It has begun.
You two.
Us two.
Both absent-mindedly on this stone block in the middle of a tunnel. You don't seem to be being paid attention as you were before. All the faces that aren't there still continue to stare at you, but are no longer threatening or asking of anything. You hear many sounds and voices, but none of them quite make sense. Until you see an entity come from one of the colors, and another one, and another, and another. All these human-looking individuals with not a scratch, nor texture, nor indent, nor anything besides plain covering their bodies, as well as a flat face. All various different colors. And they crowd around you, standing, but forming a bubble, all at different angles and such. And all the heads turn to face you. The stone immediately crashes and is dissipated, but you stay standing. And you hear all of the voices in unison say,
You will save us.
and that's where we'll end the session.
Talk about a cliffhanger.
Well,
I love it.
that for one was more enjoyable than a Galatheon.
Woo.
Yeah, I got no clue what that ball of cyan ball thing was.
Is that?
Hey,
Yeah.
you,
Okay, can I ask,
to
can I-
understand it
You
better.
can ask.
I didn't watch
Is
all
that
the
the wall of
videos
the
yet.
world?
Yeah.
Okay. So what were
How
the
many
wall of the
videos
world?
yet?
I don't know. I didn't realize it in the moment. I don't know why I didn't with the doors.
Sessions ago. Or the next
It would have
one.
been really weird if you went to Geppetto. The fuck you doing here?
The fuck?
We went to all the gods.
No.
So, I mean, it's nice that they have rooms next to each other. You know, they can visit each other pretty easily.
That is nice.
I think we're in heaven.
Well,
Dope.
that's where we'll wrap it
No,
up.
I thought I would.
Woo!
Hopefully you all enjoyed.
That was very
Can we
good.
Continue this
That was wild.
like in another episode?
There's
No,
3 different
I
groups.
can't.
Damn
There's
it.
too many spoilers if we continued
Yeah,
this.
All right.
They'll probably be in the campaign in the future, though.
Oh yeah, they will.
So wait, I'm alive.
How long ago
We all
was
live.
this?
We all lived.
I
Yeah.
told
For
you
now.
there was nothing to worry about.
No, there. Listen, dude.
I got
there
your
was
back.
definitely something to worry about.
I got your back.
You, yeah.
I saved your
Okay.
ass.
I know.
All right.
We'll be in the campaign.
I'm done.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed. And
Thanks for watching.
thanks for watching. Yeah. See you later.
Dungeons and Dragons.